Greetings. This is General CRG here, coming to you with, a live stream that we decided to do because we just had to take a look at how Aspyr did their latest Star Wars remaster that we just didn't think it would happen after, what we discussed 3 months ago. So, yeah. But joining me here, I got two people with me. Introduce yourselves, guys.
Jedi Knight Luke, how are we all, everybody?
Captain Henson, remembering that, feels like it was just yesterday that the Battlefront Classic Collection came out, and now here we are.
Yes. Here we are with Aspyr's latest remaster, Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Yep, they're back at it again after we thought they probably would not do it, but here we are. So I guess there's one good way that we could start with this is our reactions to the news that Aspyr was remastering this one. So who wants to go first with the reaction? Luke, Henson, who wants to say first?
Henson?
Well, there were plenty of games that we discussed being remastered by Night Dive. And out of all the games that I would have preferred they remastered, this was certainly one of the big ones. Because I knew if Night Dive had it, all the issues I had would have been fixed. The bullshit live/continue.
The difficulty.
Most of the difficulty came from having a continue system and a limited live system, but also the jank that was the bounty system. And then Aspyr was announced, and I was like, okay, well, this ain't going to be the best, but it's not completely hopeless. You know, easy fixes, get rid of the limited live system. That was a bad design even back in the original game. And make the bounties less of a pain in the fucking ass, so much so that you'd rather never deal with it than actually engage with the gameplay. And whether or not any of that happened, well, we'll discuss it.
Yeah, indeed. Look, how was your reaction to the news?
Well, following the disaster that was the Battlefront Classic Collection, I couldn't have been more mystified by this. You know, as of June 27th of this year, this is what I had to say on the matter. Aspyr, you screwed fans around when it came to the restored content DLC with KOTOR 2. You butchered the classic Battlefront duology, and you still have the go-ahead to do Bounty Hunter. How have Lucasfilm and or Disney not revoked the license from you like yesterday? And here we are now, 5 weeks? And then what was it, 5 weeks after I said that? That was when this came out.
They announced it in June, yeah.
Much to our surprise... there are still plenty of things that this remaster could have fixed. However, it's not a complete train wreck. Unlike Battlefront Classic Collection, this actually ticks the fundamental boxes that Aspyr's earlier remasters, so Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy, Racer and Republic Commando. This is basically right in the middle of, like, you have those four remasters that I just mentioned back to back. Those would be the top four. Then you've got this, which is right in the middle, and then you've got Battlefront Classic Collection, which is the worst of the lot. So this, it's not as good as it could have been, but it just, as I say, ticks the fundamentals, meaning that likely, it's likely Disney and Lucasfilm will see fit to keep the Star Wars porting license in Aspyr's hands. In which case, heavens help us.
I remember your first words when you heard this news. Look, why I want to vent. I remember those words when you first heard the news of Aspyr remastering Bounty Hunter.
You want to bend, huh?
Bent has seen
Vent, Henson.
Yeah, bent.
Bend.
Yeah,
it makes no difference.
No.
So,
He wanted to pretty much get really angry and just flat out say a lot of stuff. So, yep. And that was your reaction, Luke? All of it?
Well, more or less from when it was announced all the way up to now.
Mm-hmm. As for my reaction, well, I was away on a trip, family trip, so I barely had much internet. However, I did have enough internet to find out somewhere. Oh, to find out in my YouTube subscriptions, because I subscribed to Nintendo, PlayStation, and Xbox, and they actually announced Bounty Hunter announced trailer, and I saw it and I was like, "Wait, what?" For PS5, PS4. And I see the trailer quickly, and then at the end it says Aspyr, and I'm like, "Oh!" I was like, "Damn it!" And later on I said, "Oh, Henson's gonna be pissed about this one." Yeah, I also thought about that. So yeah, and I saw, and then I realized, oh, okay, it's not just for PlayStation; it's for all platforms, even getting a PC port, and yeah, that's when I pretty much started to say Star Wars, and also when Luke wanted to rage, and yeah, let's just say almost none of us were hyped for this one because the Classic Collection was really soured our taste on this one, like really did, especially me, because Battlefront 2 still one of my favorites of all time, top 3, and they butchered that so badly. I don't think I'll ever forget them for that one. So, yeah, not excited for this. So yeah, and that was my reaction. But I still wanted to at least wait and see. I did expect the worst of the worst to be another disaster like Classic Collection, but I also said at best it'll just be an alright HD remaster. Like it won't be much. So that's yeah. that's what I responded to. So yeah. So next guys, should we discuss what the new features they announced that will be coming to the remaster before it actually released?
let's.
Okay. So the major fixes. Do you remember which ones were those fixes, Luke?
Well, one of them was wait, do you mean fixes or additions?
Additions or fixes that they announced when they first announced the remaster back in June.
Well, one of them is hands down one of the most pointless additions that they could have ever made, but went forth with anyway.
What is it?
Screw it, I'm going to use the PR speak because that's how hilarious this shit is, and no, you can't make this up. Did any of you ever feel like the original Bounty Hunter game was too dark at times? Well, we did too, so we're introducing a flashlight.
Oh, the flashlight.
So I don't remember ever having such problems.
I didn't either. The game was fine on my end. So, yeah, and Well, I'll get into how the flashlight worked in this remaster later. So, but yeah, the flashlight was one of their biggest touting achievements. Next was new lighting effects, dynamic lighting to see more color and impact. By the way, the lighting actually added more brightness, so making the flashlight even more useless. So just let that sink in. And improved environmental textures, yeah, about right, indeed. One of the biggest things they touted was the PlayStation 5 adaptive triggers, so that you could pretty much feel Django's unique rhythmic feel in the vibration, basically haptic feedback for this game. And
From
uh, what's up, Luke?
from what I've heard, because none of us have actually played the PS5 version, but from what I've heard from you, General, because you're the one who's done the most research on this, that is apparently a bit of a missell.
It's a lie. There's no haptic feedback. It's just regular vibration. Plenty of YouTubers have tried it, and they got no haptic feedback whatsoever on their PS5 controllers.
As the flagship, as the person here whose flagship platform is the PlayStation, fuck you, Aspyr, for that.
Yep. So that happened. Then apparently the voice comes from Django. You can hear in the wireless controller on the speakers. Okay, that's cool. And the light bar can reflect in the controller. Cool. The other big addition is that they made it so that you can finally play as Boba Fett in Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Because apparently there was an Easter egg or some secret message in the original that if you cash in all bounties, you play as Boba. And here they just did it so that you just finish the game normally and you unlock the skin. So that's all the improvements that they announced when this first arrived, when they first unveiled it. Those were all the improvements. So yeah, what do you guys think of this one?
Well, unlocking a Boba Fett skin is cool, I guess. It's whatever. But, like, none of this interested me all that much. As I said, there were a few things that needed to be changed for me to, well, to give a shit.
Mhm.
And, yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, as cool as a Boba Fett skin is, I don't think it's worth replaying the game over, but, like, I think you could have had more fun with it. You know, do a Force Unleashed. Have tons of skins, even if they make absolutely no sense given the context.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, so far, meh.
Yeah, mass. Yeah, I agreed with that. Look,
Honestly, even if the Boba Fett skin is a carryover from the original game, it's probably one of the most pointless unlockables that a Star Wars game has had, because at least in the context of this game, all Boba is a reskin of Django. From what I understand and from what they showed of quote unquote Boba in the previews leading up to the release of this remaster, he's just a reskin of Django.
mm-hmm.
You know, he doesn't play any differently, and the skin itself doesn't look good. Even taking into account that this game is from the early 2000s and they've just ported it, therefore it's not, therefore in it by no means does it look like a modern game. Even taking that into account, for some reason the Boba skin just looks crap.
If you want, for those wondering how does it look, here it is. That's the Boba Fett skin. Oh, and by the way, the image is misleading. The Boba Fett skin doesn't actually have an equipped blaster rifle. It literally is just a skin. It doesn't have a blaster rifle included. The only reason it has a blaster rifle there is because the level has one. So just keep that in mind. It really is just a visual cosmetic.
Like for God's sake, Boba And even Django actually in Battlefront 2 look much better than this.
Boba does have escape with actual physics.
I just mean the general visual fidelity of the character model. And granted, Battlefront 2 came 3 years later, but it's still worth noting how within just a few short years, another game of the same generation could take the same character and make him look considerably better.
Yeah, agreed on that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I do. When I first heard about the news and about Boba skin and everything, I was not amused either. I really thought they were just gonna do a basic HD port, and then they had to show us that the controls. You know, because one of the biggest criticisms from the original back then was the controls. Yeah, a lot of people actually did not like the original controls. They didn't like that you had to shoot the face buttons. They didn't like that you had to use that you basically had to use the first person in the R trigger and in others, and for the buttons and the camera was too sensitive. They just didn't like the controls. So how did they change the controls? Well, they announced the controls, and the first thing that they changed is where is the image with the controls? Okay, here it is. So okay, here's the controls. The new modern control scheme. This is the new one, the one that they actually announced. And yeah, and what do you guys think of this one? Since you guys have played the game, PS2 or GameCube?
Oh, it's been a while since I've played the game, so I don't remember the controls exactly, but I don't recall ever having issues with the controls.
Mm.
It was more so some jank of enemies and level designs that I more so had problems with.
Okay, look.
So talking about the control scheme,
Yeah, the one they announced.
honestly, I mean, some of this is fair enough. Like mapping the aiming and fire to the triggers makes sense, and mapping the weapon wheel to the right bumper probably makes more sense than mapping it to the D-pad. However, because the game retains some of the jank concerning other aspects, I'm not sure how big a difference the modern control scheme would actually make.
Yeah. Now to give a small quick refresh on the controls. Here's the original controls, by the way, on the PS2 original controls. It you probably recognize those all too well. Look.
Of course, because this is the version of the game I own.
Mm-hmm. Do you now recognize the controls, Henson, better since that's the actual PS2 controls?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the PS2 controls, and as you can see there, they're definitely pretty different. You know, as Luke said, the firing is now on the triggers and everything. So that is the actual PS2 controls. Now, I actually played on the GameCube. I owned it on the GameCube, so I actually had less button options. No L2, it was just one L, and the C button. So it was different, but it was 80% the same. Not too. There were a few things that did change. In particular, the rolling out of trouble, where basically instead of being in the L button, it actually wasn't the X button. So it changed a bit, but it was kind of the same. For the most part, but it had some changes. So that's how I pretty much played it. Both had the flip y-axis and the rumble feature. They did not have a flip x-axis feature, and that should have been there because in the original version, at least in the GameCube, the camera is actually inverted. If you try moving the C stick to the left, it goes to the right. And you go to the right, it goes to the left. I don't know if that's how it was in the PS2. Look, was it like that in the PS2?
From what I can remember off the top of my head, I don't think so.
The camera was not inverted on the PS2. It actually went fairly well.
I don't think it was inverted.
Mm. So if you move the stick to the left, it went to the left, and if you move it to the right, it went to the right.
From what I can remember, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I guess that's a quirk from the GameCube version. Damn, that stinks. I do wish that was fixed, but well, in the GameCube, they did fix it in the remaster, of course. Okay. Well, I guess 1 point for the PS2 version. So yeah, those were the controls in the original. Now, I already showed the modern control scheme that Aspyr brought. And for those wondering, yes, you can actually get the legacy controls from the original restored here. Mostly it's the PS2 legacy controls, actually. So for Luke, they definitely will feel right at home. I hope. If you do end up playing this remaster, those will be the controls that you probably will go to, the legacy controls. So
Yeah, probably would, I guess.
yeah. So that's the legacy controls. Now, when it comes to controls, there's not really much issue here. It's a matter of preference, but there is two major issues with the controls, and one of them is missed potential, and the other one is straight up a problem, and that is, well, this was something that one of our co-hosts was wondering if it was actually implemented well on PC. The mouse and keyboard controls. They're bad. They're bad. They're bad.
Of course, I would have to ask who the fuck plays a game like this with mouse and keyboard, but
people actually wanted to. Aspyr wanted to try the mouse and keyboard. He did, and he ended up getting a bit motion sick because the mouse sensitivity is too damn high. No matter where you put in the mouse sensitivity, it will always be too high. No one wanted to have proper mouse and keyboard. Didn't get it. A few others also tried it. They ended up going back to controller. They're so bad, even Aspyr recommends on the Steam page to play with a controller. That's how bad the mouse and keyboard controls are.
I mean, I would recommend playing with a controller anyway, because again, who plays a game like this with mouse and keyboard? It was an FPS? Sure. But as a third-person shooter? Like, come on.
There's third-person shooters that you can actually play with proper mouse controls in PC. So I believe Max Payne was one of them. I haven't played them, but yeah. Or there's also a certain third-person shooter that got a remaster not that far off, where it actually got proper keyboard and mouse controls made by our good old buddies Night Dive Studios, called Shadow Man Remastered. So they did it. So I don't think there's an excuse here. They should have gotten proper keyboard mouse controls, or at the very least made it so that the mouse wasn't so damn sensitive. It's so sensitive you can actually turn the camera so far. It's like so crazy sensitive. And Luke saw me do it a while ago. So what do you think of the sensitivity, Luke, in the PC?
I mean, that would be to play through the entire game with experiencing the insanely high mouse sensitivity that you showed me. That would probably be nauseating for most people.
Mm-hmm. It ended up being nauseous for Aspyr, and yeah, for me it was bad. It was very bad. I had to revert to controller several times, and I lowered the mouse sensitivity to the lowest, and still didn't fix it. It was still just as sensitive. They really screwed up with the mouse sensitivity on this one, so not good. Also, I hated that the shift button is the jetpack. It was awkward to use during battle and for platforming. Not good. No, not good controls. So yeah, and that leads to my second problem: the controls, and it is something that they really should have done: proper customizable bindings, customizable controls. You set up your own button, your own actions, whatever buttons you want, like every other remaster that Night Dive has done.
Do you mind if I add on to that very quickly, General?
Go ahead.
just with what little I know on this. So, in terms of controls, in terms of the controller, sorry, you've got the modern and the legacy presets, but it's been standard on PC for what, 30 years, or
Since
just over 30
inception,
years
yeah.
now.
It-
I think you told me that Doom was the first game on PC to have rebindable controls, and it's been a standard ever since. Um, and it's it's been a standard on PC for just over 3 decades now, but it's finally started becoming a feature within console games as well for controllers or gamepads, to use the technical term. And I know this because things like Spider-Man Miles Morales and Lego Skywalker Saga and things like this do have rebindable buttons for their control schemes. So it's starting to become a more common thing within console games now as well. So a custom preset for controllers would have been nice. And considering that this is a PC port, especially, there is no excuse for a fixed. Even I can tell you this: there is no excuse there is no excuse for a fixed control scheme like this in on a PC game when rebindable controls have been the standard for just over 3 decades.
Yeah, and even if the PC port on, even if somehow the console ports didn't also get the bindings, at least PC should have had it, at least for the keyboard. But the fact that they didn't, not good, not good at all. But yeah, it's especially for remasters and ports of old games. Rebindable controls are becoming a staple in remasters. Granted, Night Dive is the one that has implemented in every single one of the remasters, even the original Turok. Though that one was more limited, but every single one since then, they've had full customizable bindings. So the fact that Aspyr didn't do it here, not good. Not good at all. I'm not excusing Battlefront Classic Collection because the original game had fully customizable keys and bindings across all the versions. So I'm not giving them a pat on the back for that one because they didn't add it themselves. It was already in the game. But in Bounty Hunter, it should have been here. So the fact that it's not here, not good, because I really wish I could change the controls because I'm used to GameCube controls, and I really wish I could have changed a few things, but I can't. I'm stuck with the PS2 or the modern or the shitty PC controls. So yeah, that's the problem with the PC controls here. So well, the controls in general, actually, there's no customizable bindings in any version of this remaster. Not good. So yeah. Now I hear plenty of people online saying the modern controls are like a godsend for this game. It makes the game so much more playable, so much amazing. Well, a few people have said that. To me, I'm like, I mean, yeah, they can be better for you if you want, but the game's still brutally hard. It's not going to change that fact. But yeah, that's what I say. For some reason, I saw somebody online that said this game was too easy. What the hell was he smoking on? This game's anything but easy.
Either that guy is smoking death sticks or he's a hardcore Dark Souls veteran.
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. So yeah, one of the main issues is no customizable controls, wasted potential on that one. So there is that. But speaking of wasted potential, so now there was another thing that. So Aspyr actually released their own FAQ on what's going to be included, more fixes. Not just the controls was one of them. And they also say they improved the camera system. From my experience, the remaster, what they improved is that they added a sensitivity option for the X-axis, but none for the Y-axis. No matter what version of the remaster you played, the Y-axis will always be more sensitive than the X-axis. Will always be more sensitive. It was like that in the original, and it is here. There's no Y-axis slider to improve here, so they kept that from the original, making it be awkward when moving up and down the camera with the C stick or the right stick. So there's that. They also added some other improvements. So the lock-on system, they changed it to right stick instead of the RB or R1 like it was in the original. But here's the most important for you, Henson. When using the scanner, the time now slows down, making bounty collecting a little bit easier. Yeah, that's how they said it, a little bit easier. So, what do you think of that?
Well, based on the footage I've seen of the new scanner in action, it is an improvement. I would say an objective improvement. See, the big issue with the entire system in the original game was that when it came to collecting bounties of NPCs that were, just either standing around or walking about, no problem. But when it came to the bounties that were enemies, I have no idea how that went through playtesting, and nobody, or at least it wasn't finalized, that, oh, maybe that isn't a good idea. But no, we got the game we did, and I stopped trying to get bounties by, I don't know, past the first world.
The first chapter.
Because, it gets to a point where it's just not worth it. It causes way too many issues. I have to focus on, a lot of this game's jank. Like that section in one of the Coruscant levels where you're supposed to climb up by gripping onto those,
the towers,
call them bars.
Oh yeah, bars.
But because of how the game's designed, that caused me quite a few deaths. The point being is that there was a reason why the bounty system was one of the big things I needed changed. Because, yeah, sure, it's a secondary thing. It's completely optional. But even an optional bit of gameplay should still be, not horribly designed. So in terms of what we have here with the remaster, slowing down time does help. Now, of course, the argument can be made that having to scan, or pretty much having to scan the entire area every time you enter a new one, would get tedious. Fair enough. But if they were going to change anything but keep the foundation intact, I would say this was probably their best bet. Now, I would say the best option would have been either remove all of the bounties that were on enemies, or when it comes to the enemies, already have them pre-claimed, as in, their name is already above their model,
as in to have them marked.
Mm-hmm.
As in have them marked already.
Yes, have them marked already. So that way, all you need to do is, tie them up. It's similar to what the Arkham games did with Riddler's henchmen. Whereas at multiple points in City, Origins, etc., you would have enemies that are bathed in green. That tells you that this enemy works for the Riddler. So you can do everything in your power to avoid knocking them out. So then, when they are the last enemy in the area, you can interrogate them, and then, your map will be filled with Riddler shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that would be the best way to really, or one of the ways to help fix the bounty system. If you're going to have enemies with bounties, already have them pre-marked. So that way, we as the player don't have to go through the hassle of scanning. And if we want to, similar to the Riddler henchmen in the Arkham games, if we want to deal with a bounty system, we can do it without tearing our fucking hair out.
Mm-hmm. Another way they could have done it is if they added some sort of like a tracking system where basically it's like a small sensor or something like that where say for example in the first level of Ubu 4 you're like getting close to the base when leaving their ship, and then it starts like slowly like beeping or something, and then you're like, oh, okay, there must be an enemy. And when you get close to the one that is not marked, by the way, the bounty is not marked. However, it is telling you, yeah, this guy probably has a bounty, or this guy's. So now that should tell you, okay, scan the one and get it. So at least in that way, you could get and then when you get that bounty, it gets registered in your save files, so the sensor will never beep again. Something like that, like a small compass or something that would alert you, hey, there's a bounty nearby. Maybe get it here, and it can be an easy toggle on and off if you don't want to use that, or it can be on if you want to use it. Like an easy accessibility feature that could be used to get all the bounties to make it at least satisfying. It will still keep you guessing, but at the very least, it won't tell you like which one of these is which one group of enemies has a bounty. Does this one have, this one not? So you don't have to every single time have to get the scanner out. That would have been a good way to do it.
One of the worst aspects of the scanner in the original game was the fact that for some fucking reason, somebody thought it was a good idea to keep you completely stationary and defenseless. That was really stupid.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm glad that was fixed. I am now. Bounty Hunter isn't like Metroid Prime, where you don't have to worry about getting killed while scanning shit.
Oh, yeah.
But I think another easy fix would have been similar to the Metroid Prime games. Have your different, treat the scan visor in Bounty Hunter similar to the visors in the Prime games. Whereas if you go into scan mode, you don't suddenly lose all of your abilities. So, like, you can be in scan mode, like, the entire time. That sort of thing. I feel like they could have easily done that.
They could have also made it so that similar to the scan visor where you pop it out and then like a square or something shows up and the one that has a bounty, you scan it and then you get the whole intel and the game is paused while you're reading it, and once you release the button it pretty much goes back, but the bounty's already marked. Something like that could have been done. Sure, it will be different to the original, but at the very least it will be more intuitive, and also wouldn't be so that you literally have to still use it in the middle of combat. Well, you don't have to use it in the middle of combat and still get shot at. Even in the slow-mo, you still get shot and actually lose health. So you still have to be careful even with the slow-mo in the remaster. So I think that way that you're saying the scan visor would have actually been a good one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You see, this is a sort of thing that needed serious reworking. Quite frankly, I'd say most of their efforts should have gone to the scan visor and the level jank.
Yes, the level jank. Okay, so speaking of the level jank, so one of the things they absolutely did not fix in this remaster is the difficulty. Yes, the controls, there's a modern control scheme, so it does make it easier for some people, but it's still a brutally hard game, especially in the later levels. So they did not fix anything. It's still just as hard as you remember it. I even played in Tuscan Canyon, and I got slaughtered in the first like 5 to 10 minutes, losing all sorts of continues. The Tuscans were like sniping me from far away. I could not do shit. So yeah, and then in the second level of chapter 3, in Ubu 4, getting out. Yeah, I still died several times, even though I already was starting to get the hang of the legacy controls. So yeah, no, it's still pretty damn difficult, the game. And they retained one of the elements that you wanted so badly removed, Henson. You can say it, Henson. You can rant about it.
Yeah, so also before we get into the bullshit limited life system, if I needed to point to a level that highlighted just how terrible the bounty system was in the original game, the first level in the Tatooine chapter, that total fucking bullshit. Now, the limited life system in the original game was complete and utter bullshit, to put it lightly. I have no idea who thought having that system in a game released, what was it, 2004?
2002.
2002?
Yeah.
2002, really?
Yeah, it released at the same time as the Attack the Clones DVD. It was It was marketing for the Attack the Clones DVD and a tie-in for Attack the Clones.
No way in hell it was 2000.
2004 is when Battlefront released and KOTOR 2.
So by the time we got to 2002, limited lives and the use of continues was pretty much out or on its way out. So to have this game use it is already really questionable. Not to mention, why 5 lives? Like, for the most part, it's not the biggest deal, although it did get annoying at points. But when you got, like, the Tatooine, that fucking Tatooine chapter, especially when you're dealing with especially the second level.
The Tuscan Canyon.
Yes, the Tuscan Canyon. I spent an eternity on that fucking level. Like, I would argue to the people who think that, like, limited lives and continues is a good idea. No. It just no. It's not. It's hard for me to enjoy a game when I am constantly replaying the same section over and over again just to have the chance of potentially getting past the part of the level that I died on. And so I grew to fucking hate that portion of the Tatooine chapter. Now, the first level, in which you are in these cramped little areas surrounded by tons of enemies all shooting at you, that was also a pain in the ass. I died quite a number of times there, but nothing compared to the fucking Tuscan Canyon section, where I would have to hope to Christ in hell that I would reach a certain part of the level with all 5 of those fucking lives to give myself some reassurance that I had the chance. I had to replay that level so many fucking times. If I ever play a Tatooine level, I'm going to grab my gun. I don't own a gun, but for the sake of argument, let's say I did have a gun, I would fire it into the fucking wall because, quite frankly, that sounds far more appealing to me than needing to ever think about that fucking level. So, to put it simply, the fact that Aspyr kept the limited lives, I can deal with them botching the 2 Battlefront games. I can set aside the whole bullshit surrounding the restored content mod for KOTOR 2. I would go as far as to say, keeping the limited lives is one of the worst decisions ever. Because you know what? If I want to play the restored content mod, I can download the fucking mod. If I want to play the Battlefront games without the bugs and glitches, I can just do that. If I want to go back to the original Battlefront, I still have to deal with the limited lives.
Battlefront.
So, this is one of the worst decisions they've made with their handling of the Star Wars license.
Well, that's one hell of a statement. What do you think of that one, Luke?
Well, first, you picked up on it in general, but I'll just say, viewers, if you watch this on after it's archived as a video, Henson means the original Bounty Hunter, not the original Battlefront.
Oh, yeah.
But also, yeah, I do want to address the limited continue thing very quickly. Ideally, it should have been removed, because it is generally a really frustrating system, especially when you pair it with some of the stupid difficulty spikes that Bounty Hunter has at certain points. The Tatooine chapter, and also, don't think I've forgotten about you, Colmer, aka Chapter 6, because that's not far behind with how much bullshit you have to deal with there at points. I agree that ideally it should have been removed, the limited continues, but if it had to stay for this remaster, and I know some people who are much older than us might think this is me being a pansy, but seriously, as Henson was saying, with using Tuscan Canyon as the main example, try and play the last couple of chapters of this game if you've never played it before, and see how sane you manage to keep yourself afterwards. If you manage to get through to the end, which all three of us have done.
Yeah.
But the point is, if they had to keep the limited continues for this remaster, then the least they could have done is, I would say, at least double the number of continues from 5 to 10. Again, some people might think that's me being a pansy, but considering how frustrating the game can get at times, I don't think a few extra continues would have hurt.
I would have gone the extra mile and just say add a customizable feature in the options menu where you can pretty much set how many continues you can put. It can be 5, it can be 10, be 15, 20, 30, 40, 50. Hell, you can even go as far as say 99, or just go infinite. I've seen no continues. That would have been easy. You can customize it whatever you want. You can make it as difficult as you want, or you can make it much more forgiving as you want. Would have been easy to do it. And this is an already old game. People would not have minded. It would have already alleviated so much if they just did that. Plenty of remasters have done it in old school arcade shooters. Like, for example, the Metal Slug games. When they ported those consoles, you can pretty much set how many lives you want. Or actually, you can go all the way full infinite. And Contra games, they also do the same. So they could have just done that, but they didn't. They just left it exactly as it was in the original. Just 5 lives, lose all 5, game over. In the level, have to restart it all over again. Exactly the same.
Yes, and by the time I finished the second level in the Tatooine chapter, I felt relieved. I wasn't, jumping over the moon that I had finally did it. Finally done it. Because when you have to replay a level so many fucking times, it reaches a point where any, satisfaction, fulfillment you get out of beating the level is just not there. You just want to get it over with. And then when you do, it's like, whatever. Thank God it's over. This is the kind of thing that ruins enjoyment for me. So the fact that Aspyr just kept it in, surely all they would have needed to do was go into the game files, remove the limited lives entirely, and that's it.
That's all, but no, they didn't do that. They didn't do that. Oh, but there is one thing they did do for these release, which we'll get to shortly, and it's gonna make you even more befuddled that they didn't do it for the fucking live system, Henson. Don't worry, you'll see it, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" So, no, don't you worry, we'll get into that. And Luke certainly knows what it is because I've shown it to him before, and he was like, "Are you?"
Oh, you are
Don't
talking
say
about
it.
that
Don't
thing.
say it.
No.
Yes.
I'm keeping it stum, but I think I know the thing you're talking about.
Yes. Yes. Indeed. So be ready, Henson. You're gonna be beyond pissed when I tell you about this one. Oh, this will be fun. But yeah, so they didn't bother to fix that shit, but they did a few other things. They adding the flashlight, for example, which
Now,
yeah, the fucking flashlight. Who the fuck? Okay, seriously, who the flashlight? Not only was it not needed, but if you actually when you actually look at it in the game, there's no flashlight coming from Django's armor. Nothing. It's literally like it's just it's a light that just shows up in front of Django, and it looks so freaking like it looks unnatural. It just like he doesn't have the light coming from his helmet, his chest, and nothing, nothing like that. It's just so weird. Like it's literally, it feels like an artificial fix to a non-existent issue. It's just not good at all.
Do you have a picture?
The flashlight.
Yeah.
Let me get it. But yeah, the flashlight. It's let me get it. I definitely will need to find a way to get it. I'm gonna have to walk for it. But while I do that, so look, are there any things you'd like this remaster to have addressed or fixed?
can you give me literally just 20 seconds, quick toilet break, and then I'll be back.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and anyway. Okay. So meanwhile, Henson, while he goes, so what fixes would you have wanted to add besides from your three main ones? The life system removed, difficulty addressed, bounty system.
Well, I mean, when it comes to the difficulty, if you remove the live system entirely, I would say that completely solves the problem. I mean, the game would still be annoying, especially in the Tatooine level, but at the very least, dying wouldn't be such a fucking issue. But in terms of anything else, I mean, not really. Although I would say this: either give the jetpack longer distance
Mm.
or give us unlimited flight.
Ah, yes. I actually heard that was one. I actually heard that was one criticism that the few YouTubers brought, that they wish the jetpack lasted a bit longer than it did in the original.
Yeah, especially in the fucking Tuscan Canyon level. Like, give us unlimited flight, but we have no horizontal movement, just strictly vertical. But I would say that would solve a lot of issues.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd say in terms of the big stuff, that's pretty much it.
Mm. Okay.
Although it would also be nice if I'd say this is more so a personal preference sort of thing, but it would be nice for some of the weapons not to be so limited in terms of availability.
Mm.
Like the sniper or the machine gun. It would be nice if those were, genuine options throughout
The
the
game.
entire game rather than being limited to like only a few select sections.
Mm. Yeah, the weapons. See, they're level specific. The weapons you can find the ones that the sniper rifle, you get it once Sam joins your team, but as for that one, the other three weapons that you can get, the blaster rifle, the heavy machine gun, and the grenade launcher, those are level specific. The grenade launcher in particular is only available in chapter 3. No, in chapter 2, level 3. It's only available in that one. The other two are more available in other levels. However, they aren't. You have to find them, and they are pretty useful. They're definitely better than the regular blasters because they have increased damage, especially with heavy machine gun. But well, I mean, they run out of ammo, and once that's up, well, that's up. So there's not much to say on that. So yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, yeah. I'm asking Henson what other improvements or fixes Bounty Hunter should have had. Which ones do you got, Luke?
Well, I've got, via a combination of having replayed the game earlier this week and from watching one or two videos from other people talking about their issues, I've got a total of 15 changes in my notepad document here that I think Aspyr could have made and didn't, because. So, shall I go through them all and see what you guys think about these?
Yeah.
Okay, first and foremost, scrap the limited continues, or at the very least increase the number of continues you get, which we've gone over previously. 2, further improving the bounty system. I like with the scanning and everything. I said in my notepad document, and bear in mind this was drafted literally earlier today. So I said by making the enemies freeze, and that was kind of addressed with what Henson said about using the Metroid Prime scanning, which freezes the game once you've scanned your target. Giving the whipcord a longer reach, I think, would help.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because I mean, some of the weaponry in Bounty Hunter. Well, actually, one of the things the game is really picky on in general is you can only be a certain distance away from the enemy in order for your weapons to register any effect on them. And if you're too far outside of that minimum distance, whatever it is, your weapons will not do a damn thing. And the whipcord is a fucking nightmare to deal with when you're trying to capture bounties, especially when they run around the map. so giving the whipcord a longer reach, I think, would help. Improving basic blaster fire, because in order to rapid fire in the original game, you have to mash the shit out of the fire button. And the remaster does not improve that in any way. So, unless you're willing to shell out the extra money for a turbo controller, I think tying the rapid fire to actually just holding the fire button down would be nice. Okay, number 6. So, I assume this is because the game is a product of its time. Bounty Hunter has this weird half in, half out targeting system where, yes, you've got the lock on, but you've also got semi automatic targeting where Django will raise his blasters or whatever weapon he's using and tackle enemies to the side of him.
Yeah, it's like a semi auto lock on where whatever blaster weapon he has, it will automatically auto aim to whatever enemies are he has in a close and even mid range. So it can be useful, but it can also be an annoying depending on if you actually wanted to kill all the enemies or not.
Yeah, see, and this is the thing. I'm including this one based on personal experience. So I didn't go for all of the bounties in my last playthrough, not even close, but I wanted to capture just enough of them to have a good enough idea of how the bounty system works. And I definitely encountered moments in my last playthrough where I was trying to keep insert target here alive to get the maximum number of credits, and ended up killing them by accident, even though I was targeting a completely different enemy within the group, and it was all because of that semi-automatic lock-on. So, for me, just my opinion personally, I think the semi-automatic thing should have been removed to stop that from happening.
For me, okay, the only way they could have removed that is they added proper third-person aiming controls, akin to any third-person shooter that has actual controls. If they had done that in a similar way to how Shadowman Remaster did it, then it would have worked. But because they didn't, you have to have that auto aiming in some way, especially because they made the lock-on button worse with the control stick, and even worse with the mouse wheel, the mouse and keyboard controls. So it was difficult to remove them, because if you remove them, not only would have been more difficult, you would have had to literally lock on to every single enemy, and since the lock on is more finicky with the remaster controls, not so good.
Yes, but I'm just being honest with you, General. In my experience, I ended up killing a target when I really didn't want to, for the sake of capturing a bounty, and it's because of that system.
That is due to Wait, did you already mark the bounty, or you didn't mark it?
No, I already marked the bounties, but in those cases I wanted to keep them alive because keeping them alive with the exact targets I was going for would get me more credits, and ended up killing them by accident because of that semi-automatic targeting. Henson, do you know what we're talking about, and do you agree that do you think that should have been removed, or do you think that should have stayed?
It's tricky because with how the game is, the semi-automatic targeting was really helpful, especially in shit like the Tatooine levels where you just have a ton of fucking enemies. But in terms of if you actually gave a shit about capturing bounties, that was another pain in the ass you had to deal with. So, yeah, I guess the solution would have just been a strictly lock-on or manual lock-on, similar to the Prime games.
with proper aiming controls.
Mm,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. So next one,
By
increasing.
the way, Henson. By the way, there's the image I'm showing you. That's the flashlight. Yeah, Django there is flashing the flashlight to that health canister, and yeah, as you can probably tell, there's no light coming from Django at all, like zero. And I even got another screenshot showing it where he's flashing the same flashlight, but you'll see no light coming from him. Let me show you the other screen, the other one. There it is. You can see there. It it's literally an invisible flashlight just shows up in front of Django.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we got an invisible flashlight now because I don't know how many people complained that we needed fucking flashlight in this game.
Uh-huh.
So there's that.
Um,
Anyway, continue, Luke.
yeah. So next, so I touched on this. I think I touched on this earlier on. It may have even been as I was going in through one of the earlier fixes, and you guys may have mentioned it already. But the whole the whole minimum range in order for weapons to actually do any damage, um, I would increase that minimum range to make certain weapons more reliable, particularly the ranged weapons, because if you're outside of that minimum range that you have to be within for an enemy to actually take any of your hits, it means that you can end up wasting all of your ammunition on from something like the sniper rifle or the heavy machine gun on an enemy, and it will do nothing to them, all because the game is really picky about its enemy ranges. So that's something I would definitely increase.
The
The jet,
sniper rifle definitely got finicky at times when using it at long range.
and even if you were within, even if you were within the range of fire for the game to register damage on the enemies, sometimes you'd have to shoot them twice in order to kill them,
Like
which
Halo.
which was really weird. Okay, next. So my next two things are actually to do with the jetpack. My So number 8, give the jetpack a considerable increase in its fuel supply, because come on, like, don't make it an infinite. Don't make the jetpack an infinite resource, because that would obviously take the challenge away. But give us a slightly larger fuel pool than what we got, because I mean, you only have just about enough jetpack fuel combined with the somersault jumps that you can do by engaging the lock on to actually do all of the necessary platforming that's required in this game.
Mhm.
And also as well, I think a bit more jetpack fuel would help when you want to use the jetpack to maneuver around large groups of enemies.
Yeah.
Because it literally lasts about 2 seconds in the game as it stands before it runs out of juice. And sadly, the jetpack was not thought about in this remaster, which segues pretty nicely actually into my number 9 change. And this is to do with how the jetpack handles. So, with what you were saying, Henson, about that section in Chapter 2, Level 3, where towards the end you have to do that vertical scaling of those bars.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is a really weird thing about how the jetpack handles in Bounty Hunter. If you move forward while using the jetpack, it's you just move straight across. But but if you want to gain verticality or height, for those who don't know what verticality might mean, if you want to use the jetpack for that, you have to be standing still. You cannot move. You cannot move across while with the jetpack and gain. You can't gain verticality and you don't have both verticality and direction simultaneously with how the jetpack handles. You have to choose either one or the other depending on what you want, which is stupid because a jetpack is a fucking jetpack. You should be able to have both. So, so momentum and height simultaneously is definitely something I would have changed. Speaking of movement,
it's funny about the jetpack here being like that because the jetpack for Jango Fett in Battlefront 2 works a lot better. The irony on that. Because you can actually go long distances to the front, you can actually fly upwards, and it lasts for a good amount of while. Sure, it needs a bit of while to recover, but at least it does the job pretty damn well.
yeah, same thing.
I would also say using his and Boba's jetpack in Battlefront, or I should say Battlefronts, is fun. While in this game, it gets the job done. But it's rarely fun because you have such little time that you can use it for. And then, of course, in terms of those really annoying sections, sometimes it can be a fucking hindrance.
It would have helped if in those levels, there is only one level I can recall where there's plenty of bottomless pits. However, the game is generous enough to give you plenty of those jetpack items so that you can use it more. It's the third level in chapter 3, the escape, where actually we're needing to scale up the tower and disable the 3 generators. There always is like 2 to 3 jetpack items they're respawning, and gives you a lot of jetpack time when using it. So that level has it, but I don't think the Tuscan Canyon has it. I don't think they gave us that. I don't think they gave us that. They gave us that privilege in that one. So in that one, we still got screwed. Damn.
Quite frankly, I would say giving us maybe not unlimited time, but definitely far more time than what it gives us, which is only like a few seconds. I would say, yeah, extend that by like 20 to 30 seconds, maybe.
At least 10. At least 10.
Like, similar to Battlefront, give us enough time with it where we can not only go far, but we can also reach a really good height.
Mm-hmm.
OP as it might have been in Battlefront, but it was fun. You could also get to different places with it.
Yeah.
Whereas in Bounty Hunter, it's mostly situational. Like, you would never find yourself like using that jetpack unless you absolutely had to, for the most part.
Yeah, in theory, because a jetpack is part of Django's arsenal, in theory, it should be the funnest piece of gear to use in the whole game, right? Right? But
especially since, they take it away from us right before the game starts.
Yeah. You know what's bullshit? There's another level that they take the jetpack away from us, and it's the first level of the Tatooine chapter. Why? No idea. They just removed it.
So exactly what my 8th and 9th change is, giving the jetpack a larger fuel supply and making it so that you gain height and momentum simultaneously, so you don't have to choose one or the other. Yeah, those two things would definitely help matters. Okay, so going into movement again, but this is to do with Django himself. Due to this game being a product of its time, like he generally moves like he's functional, but the movement doesn't feel as tight or precise as it does in third person shooters these days. I'm not sure, General, if you know what I mean by that. Just
I know what you mean.
generally with
Yes.
with how Django moves. So
Yes.
for number 10, I would say that either Django's movement or the camera could have been made tighter, much more akin to how third person games are now.
Okay, so the way the control the way the movement works for Django in this game, this is a third person shooter that basically it that basically plays similar to, say, the old school Tomb Raider games combined with a bit of the original Max, with the original Max Payne and consoles, and also with some of the camera controls of, say, an early PS2 or N64 a game where you use like the right stick to move the camera, but the camera does not have any proper sensitivity options. So Django does not he doesn't just strafe and move up and down. He also moves with like turns around whenever you move the control stick from left to right or whatever. So usually in third and first person shooters, the left stick is only for strafing and for moving the character to the front and to the back, whereas the right stick is the one that handles the turning and the looking up and down. But in this game, the left stick handles not only the strafing and the moving, but also handles the turning left and right. Whereas the C stick only moves the camera. So that means that Django is not actually aiming himself with the right stick. It's more so the left stick, the one that's it's a bit of tank controls in a sort of way. It's like tank controls kinda, but not in the same vein as the Resident Evil games. It's more like something like, say, the Siphon Filter or Jet Force Gemini kind of had, or Star Fox Adventures, something like that kind of in terms of controls. But because this game is far more focused on aiming than any of those games, especially more than Star Fox Adventures, this is where this game suffers the most of it, and it would have really benefited from proper third-person shooting controls, especially in the PC. Like, it would have really benefited from those, but because we didn't have them, this remaster retains the exact same tank control. No matter which controls that you choose, you retain the same tank controls, so it's going to be just as janky as it was in the original, and you'll either like it or really dislike it and not want to play the game again. So yeah, that's how it is. And by what your comments from you two guys, you seem to probably really dislike it.
Having played the game several times, I can deal with it, but it doesn't. Compared to how much tighter most third person games are these days, it does feel very strange. I mean, heck, even if you compare it, even other third person games of this era were not using those sorts of tank controls. So it's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. Henson,
Um,
what do you think?
I mean, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really have issues with the controls, so.
Mm. Would you have preferred, to the very least, the game actually play more like a modern third-person shooter game?
Well, I don't remember the last modern third person shooter I played, but like I said, I didn't have any issues, so not much
Mm.
for me to say here.
Yeah. Okay. My case, I don't mind it too much usually. However, there are a few times where I think it is Django's movement is too sensitive in the left stick, making it likely to fall off from the smallest of gaps and bridges. So it can be a problem. It can be a problem in that sense. But it's not too bad. But it can be finicky. It would have been fixed if the jetpack had more airtime, making it so that you don't fall off that easily from ledges. So if that happened, then that wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, so most people would have preferred traditional third-person shooting controls, but because they're not here, they're dealing with the same controls as they did before. Even the modern control scheme doesn't fix much. Yes, it does make the trigger now be the fire button, which yes, it is better for doing rapid firing, better than the face buttons, but it's not going to solve the issue of the game feeling like a product of its time in the good and the bad, especially the bad with the other with the non-fixes they never did. So, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, gents, I've still got a few more fixes here.
Okay, go on ahead.
Okay, next. Simple one. I think back to tank drops could have been more generous, especially in the later chapters.
Can agree with that. I can agree. Now I got a question. Do you guys think there should have been a difficulty select screen before starting the levels?
For this remaster, yes.
Yeah, well, I've already said, if you get rid of the limited lives, the difficulty becomes far less of an issue. But, I guess it wouldn't hurt, although I would say it's more unnecessary than not.
They could do something like how Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time did it, where you actually had two different modes. You could choose the more modern mode, where basically it has no lives whatsoever, no continues, and you just play and play and play and play. Whenever you die, just restart from the checkpoint. Or you can go the retro mode and play with an actual lives counter. So it had two options. That would be a good way to do it for this remaster. So another thing they could have done is, of course, remove the lives counter, or add a difficulty slider, and a few other things they could have definitely addressed. Yeah.
Going back to the bounty system for a moment, I forgot about this point, but another thing that sucks about it is the fact that the devs put in a lot of effort when it came to naming and just filling out the, I guess you would say, bounty sheets. Just information about that particular character, such as who put the bounty on them. And in the original game, it was fine, again, when they were just NPCs and not enemies, so you could read through all of that. But when it came to the enemies, well, people would be shooting at you, so, you wouldn't be able to really, read it and soak in that information. Yeah, we have the image on screen, but the two that really caught my eye when I found this out is in the Malistaire chapter. There are two Dougs who have bounties on their heads. Nebolba and Shijolba. Shiholba. And those are relatives to Sebulba.
Huh.
And guess who put bounties on their heads?
Who?
Mahonic. Mahonic was the Gran in the Boon to Eve race who Sebulba knocked into one of those stone pillars. Yeah, he survived that, which is a whole other thing. But, shit like that, where it's like, oh, there is some, interesting lore with these secondary with these optional bounties. So the fact that the bounty system itself is so fucked just makes it even more infuriating. Which is why you should get the Prima official guide.
Oh, yes.
Because not only does it list out all of the bounties, but all of the information associated with the bounties, like you see here, is there, printed, official. Basically, what I'm saying is, kids, if you're getting into the expanded universe, you got to get the guide. The Prima guides, and in the case of the Nintendo exclusives, the Nintendo player guides. So, yeah.
Speaking of the bounties, guess what? Aspyr added an entire tab to the pause screen called Bounty Hunting, and all that tab does is just tell you how to capture bounties.
Seriously?
Yes.
Because as soon as you said that, I thought that would have been an in-game chart or checklist of all the bounties that are in the game, and it would show you which ones that you've captured.
Game.
Yeah, it is surprising that was not in the original game, but it's even more amazing how Aspyr did not actually bother to put, actual hints or locations or whatever in that tab to tell you, hey, there's this bounty here, there's this bounty here, or hey, maybe check this area.
Oh,
nothing.
You know what would have been nice? For to have a dedicated screen, pause menu, main menu of just these secondary bounties, and you could have a before and after. The before is whatever, like the information we see on the screen there, but then the after is the location in which Django captured them and whether or not he captured them dead or alive. But I guess that was just a bit too much.
Yeah, it was a bit too much for Aspyr, apparently. Having these secondary bounties is a cool way to really really expand the Star Wars universe. Like I said, there's a lot of interesting lore stuff with these secondary bounties. But then, the way to get the bounties is a pain in the ass. But then, you can't really do anything with them afterwards. You can't, go back and see who you captured and stuff. You need shit like the Prima guide in order to go back and see who were these guys you captured. Yeah, indeed. Because the only time you see if you get any bounties or what you unlock is in the career stats or the game stats, but it only tells you how many bounties you got and how many credits. And those credits are used to unlock concept art, but it doesn't say anything about who you captured or who anything. Nothing.
Actually, I just Henson was just saying about a record of, hey, why not have a record of all the bounties that you've captured and whether or not you captured them dead or alive.
I know it lists or it says how many you've captured dead or alive. It's only a matter of actually giving us the names and pictures and stuff.
Well, why not? Well, actually, why not go one step further with your idea, Henson? And why not, depending on what you did with the targets in question, why not get somewhere in there an update from the originator of the bounty, and you can read their reactions. So, because again, you've got the choice of capturing them dead or alive. So, maybe with some maybe with some bounties you could capture them alive, and you might get a little message to do with the originators saying, we're pleased that you captured insert target here, and we can put them through the full extent of what our plans are for them. Or some bounties you might choose to kill and then claim the corpse, and then maybe you get a message conveying some degree of dissatisfaction, because maybe they'd have preferred their targets to be alive or dead.
Now you mentioned that, look, that actually would have been a great way to add some extra lore to the expanded universe in this remaster, in where basically we could have had that and it would have been officially canonized in some way if they actually went ahead and did it in this remaster with Aspyr.
It's like SWOTOR. Whatever you do, when you complete missions and just do anything, almost always you'll get a message from a character associated with said mission telling you what's been going on since then, or what's happened to them since then. And I do think that would have been good, especially since, like, canonically speaking, like, we don't know much about what happened to these secondary bounties. Like, my assumption would be canonically Django captured all of them, alive or dead, depending on which credit amount was higher. Which, if that's the case, like, that is fucking insane, but, like, I can live with it. Because, just imagine, like, Django goes through this entire fucking thing to hunt the leader of a death stick cult. All the while, he's capturing, like how many bounties are here? Like 100?
How many bounties in total? 5, 10, 15. Yeah, it's like 100.
It's like, that is insane.
It is insane, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's a video game, but, like, lore-wise, he definitely went after all these bounties.
Mm-hmm.
And until we hear otherwise, I'm going under the assumption that he captured all of them alive or dead, depending on which credit amount was higher.
Even though, sorry, General, just before you say your piece, even though Attack of the Clones doesn't share with us a great deal in terms of Django's history, like with capturing targets, we can assume just from his ability as a combatant, since he is a Mandalorian, that he's probably pretty fucking deadly to your average Joe.
Also, throwing this out there, I know it's a bit separated, but I still think it ties into this. One of the unfinished arcs of TCW was the Bounty Hunter arc, in which we would have seen Cad Bane training young Boba Fett. Why? From what I remember, it was because there was this rivalry between Django and Cad Bane, in which, both of them, basically the top dogs of the bounty hunter scene, and they were never able to figure out which one was better before Django died. So Cad Bane here is training up Boba Fett to prove once and for all which one of them was better. Side note, would have been a great arc to see. But the point being, a lot of sources within Star Wars point to the fact that Jango Fett was one of, if not the best. So there you go.
Yeah, indeed. And we got a fun fact, Henson, about some of the bounties you were saying. How we don't know what happened to some of them. Well, what happened to all of them after the game. You'll be surprised to know that some of them actually have entries in the complete Star Wars encyclopedia.
That doesn't surprise me. A lot of characters have entries in that.
Yep, including one of there's several. For example, here's one that there's one called Tusk. Yes, it literally is the same name as Bosk, but without the B, it's a T. And he was a male Trandoshan who was wanted dead by Gartula the Hutt for unknown reasons. Though it was known he worked for Jabba the Hutt, Gartula's biggest rival. Apparently, according to the complete Star Wars encyclopedia, yes, it is canon that Jango Fett actually infiltrated the jail and claimed the bounty. So it is pretty much true. And not only that, but there's some extra lore here that says that Tusk was part of a small operation to disgrace Gartula the Hutt, leaving Gartula to place a bounty on his head. A Trandoshan was then sent to the Ubu 4 prison facility for a number of crimes. He thought he was safe from Gartula's reach until Jango Fett infiltrated the jail and claimed the bounty. So it seems that we do have some conclusions to some of the bounties here, but not all of them. There's several others that also got entries in the complete Star Wars encyclopedia, like Sabunda, Masanga, Hexumbas, Binka, Fibuna. It seems that some of them did get, it seems that either they did indeed get claimed by Django, or who knows on the others? No idea.
I mean, like I said, I would assume that he did capture all of them. Like whenever it comes to video games, 9 times out of 10, 100%ing the game or getting 100% is the canon path.
As long as it's not an alternate ending. So, as long as it ain't an alternate ending.
That goes without saying.
But that whole taking the bounty system one step further and getting closure from the originators of the bounties and their reactions being different depending on what you do with each bounty on a given playthrough, that could give some decent replayability if the bounty hunting system is actually fun to use. So got a couple more. You guys want to hear the last few I've got here?
Let's see.
Yeah, throw them out there.
So number 12 went over this much higher up, much earlier on, but I think it's worth saying again. A custom controls preset with fully rebindable inputs for gamepads and, of course, fully rebindable keyboard controls. So that was number 12. Number 13, an in-game explanation of the checkpoint system. Now, it took me years of playing the game to fully understand what the checkpoint system was, how it worked, and what they actually looked like. So they are offhandedly mentioned in the manual for the game, but their mention does not describe what they look like, nor do you get an icon of them in the menu, which is pretty weird because you get proper icons for pretty much everything else in the game in the manual, but that's a completely different thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never played this game before, throughout every level you will see these blue holograms that have sort of a wrist blade or pocket knife icon in the center of them. Those are your checkpoints. And with this game's limited continue system, you need to to hit those checkpoints when you come across them, because you never know how much of a blessing they might be, depending on, as I say, your health. And and unfortunately, because this game is a product of its time, those checkpoints only do so much as far as saving your progress, meaning that if you lose all your lives, you're forced to start back at the beginning of the level no matter how many checkpoints you hit. So make sure you collect those checkpoints along the way, and don't confuse them for back to tanks. Because much earlier on in playthroughs of the game, I would kind of confuse them for back to tanks sometimes. So yeah, as I say, blue holographic icon with a pocket knife or wrist blade in the center. Those are your checkpoints. And I think for the remaster to have a little pop up with the profile with a profile icon of them, just to say, hey, this is these are your checkpoints, would be a real help in that regard. Number 14, a waypoint compass / objective marker or level map, because sometimes in Bounty Hunter it is possible to get lost. At least I found. I'm not sure. What did you guys ever have trouble with that?
Few
The
times.
only time I got lost was in I forget which level of Coruscant it was, but it's the one you have to climb up to find that senator.
So the
Chapter
last
2,
one.
level 3.
Yeah, I think that's the only time I ever got lost.
In my case, that was one of the levels. Another one was the first level of Coruscant, chapter 2. And which other one? I think there was one point in chapter 3, 4 actually, if I recall, and then one in 5. Not, I think it was in either level 1 or 2. And chapter 6 definitely it was straightforward. But since that is the place where it's definitely the more darker with the lighting, you can still see, but it wasn't the more darker. It definitely was a bit hard to figure it out, but it wasn't too much of a problem. I managed to figure it out in the end without need of a guide or anything. And this was me being much younger. But that said, it would have helped to have at least some sort of either a map system or just a basic like a compass or something telling you where to go, just in case, like a small marker or something. Would have been easy to program, and they could have made it like look like one of those bounty arrows, or they could have just or they could have had it just show up in Django's visor or something when you pop up the scanner or something, and it just shows up there. Like, would have been there could have been clever ways to put it, but they didn't do it. So yeah, there's that.
Okay, and then the last thing I've got here, number 15. This is more of a missed opportunity rather than an objective flaw, but I think it is worth pointing out. So, again, for anyone who's never played the game before, Bounty Hunter has 6 chapters, and each chapter is 3 levels long, totaling for 18 levels, which, I mean, that's pretty short. In real terms, that is pretty short. And are you really meaning to tell me that LucasArts didn't have more levels developed that ended up getting scrapped? I mean, I don't know this for definite, but maybe digging through the archives to see if there were any cut levels that could have been integrated into this remaster to get more value for money.
Are you literally trying to reference right now the Dark Forces remaster that did exactly that?
That may be the reason I'm bringing this up. I see. We don't know for definite if Bounty Hunter had any cut levels or not, but it probably would have been worth at least looking through just to see if there was any.
According to some of the old trailers, actually had different settings in terms of what equipment Django could use. For example, did you know you actually originally you were going to have the jetpack with a missile launcher in the first level of Tatooine? Yeah, no kidding. You actually were going to get it. One of the trailers shows it. That trailer that I saw it was in the one that was bundled with the Clone Wars 2002 game. And I saw it, and even I already had Bounty Hunter and everything, so I did some comparisons, and I was like, "Hey, why don't I have that jetpack in this level? Why is it that I don't have the jetpack in this level?" And there was a few, and there were a few, and then the blasters actually had the actually worked a bit differently, and there were a few other like weapons and stuff that were either tweaked or cut. So there was plenty of stuff that was cut from the original. Just looking at those old trailers, you will see it.
And actually, here's the crazy thing, General. When I was going through the manual, oh, and by the way, guys, Bounty Hunter has probably one of the coolest Star Wars video game manuals. It's in full color, and you get all sorts of beautiful profile shots.
Rest in peace.
Remember manuals? Well,
yeah,
kids
I
in the
remember.
audience, I'm not sure, but back in our day.
Yeah, back in our day, yeah.
It's the reason I bring this up in regards to the whole potential.
There it is, so you can see it there. So you can see it by yourselves. Yep. Originally, we were going to have the jetpack in that level of Tatooine.
Boy, it would have probably helped, given some of the BS you have to deal with in that level. But anyway, in regards to the whole cut content thing, when I was looking through the manual, and as I say, it's full color, and you get all sorts of really cool stills, gameplay related stills. There's one shot in the manual for Bounty Hunter which just shows Django firing his blasters against a rainy within the atmosphere of a rainy world. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute, was Camino initially conceived as a planet for this game?
Wait, what?
Show us a picture.
Hang on a minute. Let me.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna get my manual too. So go ahead, look. Keep talking about it for 1 minute.
It's literally. It is in there. It's a big profile shot of. Because there is no rainy planet that you traverse in the final game, is there?
No.
And there is literally it is rain. It is rain in this particular profile shot. It's, as I say, it's Django firing his blasters on a walkway, and the planet is clearly raining in terms of the general atmosphere there. And I'm thinking, wait, is this supposed to be Camino? General may have already found it. Well, hang on a second.
Okay, I'm back. So, you said that there's in what page you say there's Camino?
Hang on a second.
Let's see.
And that's presumably Camino.
Yeah. I definitely want to know. Oh, actually, the manual has all other screenshots where Django has the jetpack with a missile launcher in Tatooine. How interesting.
Can we see these pictures, General?
Let me take a picture of them and put them.
Okay, so the shot of Django on the rainy planet is page 25 in the manual.
25?
Yes. So it's the big profile shot page just after the weapons page. Like you open up the weapons page and you get Django against a rainy background next to it.
Okay. Is he flying and shooting?
He's not flying. He's standing still.
Okay. Is he shooting two blasters?
Yep.
Okay. I see. Okay, I see it look, but to me, it does not look like Tatooine. It actually looks like the second level of the industrial complex.
I didn't say Tatooine, I said a rainy background.
I mean, Camino. It's not Camino. It doesn't look like Camino. It looks like the industrial complex.
Really? Because it
To me, it
look
looks like the industrial complex.
because I swear I'm seeing rain and water in the background of this.
There might have been some in there, but no.
No, hold on.
I think you're starting to imagine things, Luke.
No, I'm not. This is
You can take a screenshot.
Get a visual, please.
Yeah, Henson
I'm
wants the
getting it
visuals,
now
apparently.
because it seems that
Henson wants the visuals too. Let me get it myself too. By the way, the manual has plenty of background info on characters from Rosada to Miko to Sam Wessel, Dooku, Montrose, Kamari Bosa.
So yes, if you care about getting into the EU, make sure if you're getting these games physically, they come with their manuals, because even the fucking manuals can have shit in them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Back when manuals used to have stuff, but now we don't even get in that. Sad.
yeah.
You
And
take something for granted for so long, but then when it's no longer there, you fucking miss it.
and
Agreed.
and manuals like the one that Bounty Hunter has are a real rarity because this one is in full color, which even back then a lot of game manuals were not.
Oh, keep in mind, look, remember the PS2. The reason why manuals started being black and gray is because the platinum hits, greatest hits versions, they printed the manuals in black and white. So, in order to get the manuals full color, you had to get the original version of the game, not the greatest hits. Just keep that in mind. So maybe that's why you have it in color, because your original Bounty Hunter copy and not a greatest hits seller. Because I do actually own Mango Against Rain.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Oh shit, I actually don't have that image in my manual. What? Wait, I actually don't have that image. You're teasing me, game? Okay, let me show this image in the live stream so Henson can see it for himself. Okay, okay, ready, Henson? There it is. Maybe it could be the Moon of Bok then.
I don't think it is because again, you're seeing rain in the background. There is no rain on Colma in the final game.
But there was in the cutscene, if you remember.
And this is black and white.
No, this is full color.
It's full color.
Well, this looks like art.
It does look like art to me.
Is this art or a 3D render?
See, it looks like a render to me rather than a piece of artwork.
To me, it looks more like artwork.
Because based on the ground, it looks like art. So my best guess would be, because, hell, it could even be artwork from Attack of the Clones. But if it was artwork made for the game, my best guess would be that this would have been early art just to get a feel for Django, and because he's obviously associated with Camino, it just made sense.
Yeah,
if this is meant to be Camino, and
not
it does look like it, if that's water in the background.
Yeah, it does look like water behind him. It does look like water indeed.
Yeah, I would say that is Camino, but I don't think we were ever supposed. I don't even think Camino was a possibility of happening for this game.
Yeah, I don't think I never saw any concept or ideas of a Camino level. I do know that they changed how we were going to do how to play levels. For example, you see right there in a manual, you see the chapter one from Tatooine, level one from Tatooine chapter. You can see you actually had the jetpack, and that is an actual in-game screenshot.
I did have this thought. This might have. I don't even. This may or may not be a good idea. I don't know. It was just a thought. But, like, what if, as an addition to the game, they inserted in a framing device? Maybe of Jango Fett telling Boba this story, or Boba Fett reading it in a journal, or whatever.
That would have been interesting.
Because, although then again, this wasn't tying into anything, so I guess, well, regardless, it's an idea, but, given the fact that these remasters aren't really up for adding in that amount of content or that much of an addition, so.
If if this game was to be remade, then something like that would probably make sense.
Yeah. Or if it was in the hands of Night Dive, we could have actually gotten some more cool extras than just a Boba Fett skin.
Or hell, you could. This could have been a way to contextualize the Boba Fett skin. Maybe Boba Fett is, I don't know, fantasizing about himself going on this whole adventure.
Would have been interesting.
What, so kind of like the What If campaign in Spider-Man the movie game, where Harry Osborn is the Green Goblin?
I mean, that's more so a sequel to that game's events. Although, you could have done that. Oh, that was But, like, finding a way to contextualize the Boba Fett skin, I feel like would have been cool, regardless.
Yeah, I think it would have been cool, yeah.
Not saying it would have been good or anything, but, it would have been something. Because otherwise it's like, okay, cool. A Boba Fett skin. So?
If they were gonna go with non-canon cosmetics, they should have gone the extra mile and actually given us Jango Fett using his Mandalorian armor before he got captured at the end of Open Seasons. What do you think about that?
Here is another idea. Boba Fett's beta design.
You're talking about the white armor?
Yes.
Prototype.
That would have been something.
I mean, hey, that white armor looks fucking cool.
It looks interesting. I'll say that much.
Hey, the white looks really slick.
It looks interesting.
It wouldn't have worked I don't think it would have worked as a commando, so to speak, for stormtroopers, but
that's the one?
Yeah. Oh, and also the holiday special design. Although I guess I can't just call it the Nirvana design since it was also used in droids.
Oh, you know which design we could have really gotten for... Oh, my God. Okay. You know which design would have been really fucking cool to see? This
Kid
one.
Boba.
No, this one.
Ah.
Oh.
So basically just a realistic take on the holiday special design.
In a way.
No, that's what this is. This is just a realistic, updated version of the holiday special design. But instead of the completely blue helmet, you got Jango's helmet, but then everything else is just that design, but updated and realistic. We can
Um,
certainly have a whole fucking discussion
you,
on 1313.
Well,
Fuck.
it's actually seeing that with you guys discussing skin ideas. Okay, so which of you two has played Spider-Man on the PS1? I think it is.
I'm gonna
Yes,
go with
but I
Henson.
never got far. I played it as a kid.
Okay, do
But I
either of you?
know you can unlock a ton of costumes.
Yeah, and I was going to say, so tying in with that, yes, it would be a bit strange, but we're talking about a game from an era where unlockables that were cool and just because were kind
And
of all
weren't
the
DLC.
yes, that too, were kind of all the rage at that time. So if you wanted to do, so you've got one of the Jango Fett Open Seasons comics as an unlockable comic book in there, right? In Bounty
Yeah.
Hunter itself. Why not give us a Jasta Mareel skin? Just because.
Or Boba Fett's armor from that time.
Or, since we're dealing with Mandalorians, you can literally give us as many Mandalorians as you want.
Mm, yeah, indeed.
So,
What were you gonna
Hell,
say,
we could
Luke?
even do Mandalore from
Indomitable.
KOTOR.
Yeah.
Mandalore the Great.
The Indomitable.
Yeah, or hell, the Jango Fett's ancestor, Cassus Fett, was it?
Yeah.
yes.
There you go.
Yeah, there was plenty of potential, but no, Aspyr only gave us Boba Fett.
Okay, so General, you're the Jango Fett Open Seasons expert. Between Jasta Mareel and Montross, whose armor was what color in those comic books?
Montross's was blue, while Jester's was red.
Okay, so in that case, a young Montross skin would be out the window.
Which is it's funny. It was blue at that time, but then in Bounty Hunter, it's actually it's actually different. So
I mean, hell, you could have had us given us a Montross skin.
yeah, they could have.
Of course,
But
going the extra mile like the Spider-Man movie game did and give us all new dialogue, but yeah, that was not gonna fucking happen.
yeah, no.
I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't have expected that anyway. But still.
Speaking of
I guess I
Django,
can say this. In this day and age, especially since they would have sold the restored content as DLC instead of having it in the base game for some fucking reason, I can. No, I'm not going to give them credit for this because this should just be the standard. But like the game industry is so fucked at this point. The fact that they added in a skin to this game and it's not DLC, like it's like wow.
But
We've gotten to a point where that's actually a surprise.
oh, you want to talk about surprises, Henson? Well, speaking of Django Fett Open Seasons, yeah, there's a small pet peeve that I found in the remaster of the game, which you'll probably be like, it's a small pet peeve, but pet peeve nonetheless, and knowing you, since you like how the stuff should be in the original. Are you looking at that, by the way?
Marvel comic.
Oh,
I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair,
Yeah. So what happened with that is that
Marvel just owns the rights now. I mean,
yeah, I was going. Yeah, so they pretty much now. Yeah.
I mean, that's just you can't really be mad at something like that.
No, I'm not mad. It's just a small pet peeve,
I mean,
it's not like a small annoyance.
Like, it's not even really a pet peeve. It's just like what were they supposed to do?
I don't know. Just let's do it as it is. I mean, it wasn't the original game, so whatever. It's just an extra. Who cares? But It's just an extra. Why did they bother change? Why did they bother literally having to change the freaking cover and everything? Like they coded that, but they couldn't remove the limited continue system.
Yeah, like this is General. Do you mind if I just quickly read off the message I sent you when you first shared this with me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, three things here. One, objectively, there was no need to do that whatsoever. There was no need to do that. They could have just kept the original, the original pre-Legends label, Dark Horse print of Jango Fett Open Seasons in there, and hunky dory. But they felt the need to change that for whatever reason. Two, for people like us who care about the EU being treated as purely as possible, this does rub a little bit of salt in the wound. And three, and this was kind of the big thing. See, I brought this up to General originally, but he just said it. So really, they could be bothered coding in or scanning in, however they do it, a reprint of a Legends comic book, but they couldn't invest any of that time and energy into fixing any of the problems or implementing any of the fixes that I went through in my list for the actual fucking game. Like,
okay, so just saying this, them changing it makes total sense. Dark Horse doesn't have the license anymore.
But then again, neither Wizards of the Coast, and yet they still have their name here.
Now, yes, that argument can be made, although in that sense, like, what else would they be able to call it, though?
Trading cards. That's it. Just put them there, and there you go.
Possibly. But the fact remains, Marvel holds the current license. So changing the comic to be the Legends reprint just makes sense. It wouldn't make any sense to keep it Dark Horse when if you're going to purchase Open Seasons now, it's going to be the Marvel Legends banner version. Now, the real question is, why aren't any of these remastered EU games slapped with the Legends banner?
Well, that's a good question.
Of course, that just goes into a whole other discussion on the inconsistent use of the non-canon banner. Like, all the comics and books, well, the novels, not all the books, just the novels, get reprinted with a Legends banner, same with the comics. But then all the video games don't get a Legends banner or any banner. But then on Disney Plus, all the EU shows and movies are slapped with a vintage?
Yeah, the vintage
banner?
The vintage collection or vintage.
It's like, you would think they'd want to keep things consistent, but no.
No, they don't.
Okay,
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of the Legends banner. More so in the sense that it can really mess with the original cover designs. Like having the Star Wars title itself just lowered down. But again, why aren't any of these video games slapped with the Legends banner? When Disney and Lucasfilm have done everything in their power to make sure we, as fans and consumers, know what is canon and what is Legends. But then when it comes to these video games, it doesn't matter. Or maybe it's because they figure, because these games are old, that because they're old, nobody would mistake them for new, and thus no one would think that they're canon.
Yeah. If we were to get new EU games that tied up the loose ends, i.e. Force Unleashed 3, or Battlefront 3, or Knights of the Old Republic 3, yada, yada, yada. If we were to get new games like that that added to the EU timeline instead of just recycling the already published content, then maybe we would see the Legends banner on the covers of those.
Here's a thought. Indie games now, or at least we're seeing indie games get to the N64 PS1 aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
We were getting the NES, Super NES, and Genesis aesthetic. But we've started seeing the N64 PS1 aesthetic used more and more. I don't know when. I'm sure we'll eventually reach a point where we get to like the GameCube, PS2, Xbox aesthetic, although that might be a bit too much for indie devs. But we could go the route of creating EU games, 3D EU games, with the N64 PS1 aesthetic. Like, I'm thinking of the Mummy what was it? The Mummy
Remaster?
Yeah, I think it was Mummy Demaster. Like the Metroidvania Mummy game based on the 2017 film.
Yeah.
Where it's like we get a newly created game, but in the style
from that
ages
shit movie.
So like I feel like we could do that, You're not really diverting lots of resources by doing that. Like, actually, you know what? I remember that, I guess it's fair to say call it a fan game, but, like, General, you should know what I'm talking about. That, like, Metroid 64.
I've heard and even seen videos of that.
Like, imagine if we did that, but with, like, Bounty Hunter.
That would be interesting.
Like, I'm not saying, like, that should be, like, a game, but, like, there are things we can do with EU video games that wouldn't require,
big budgets.
Millions upon millions of dollars, because game development budgets are so
expensive,
huge at this point. Like, give us a Star Wars game in the style of the Super Trilogy or
Rogue Squadron.
I don't know. Give us a game in the style of Rogue Squadron or Battle for Naboo. Like, we could get EU games cheaply done, I might add. But because, a lot of the games, the EU games we got, were from older generations, that wouldn't really be a bother to a lot of us. So, like, I'm just saying, Disney and Lucasfilm can do something with that.
They could, but they don't for some reason.
Like, has Night Dive made any of their own games? Or are they strictly remasters?
When you're talking their own games, you mean just purely remastered ports, or you're talking
As
about
in original games?
Okay, no remakes, no nothing. As far as I know, they're only the closest they've gone to something really original is the System Shock remake. That's the closest that I've gotten, that they've gotten to having an original game. The closest.
Yeah,
a very damn good one, though. Very damn good one.
I was just thinking, like, we got that Dark Forces remaster, and there was a time, I guess it's still being done today, but like, you have a company remaster and or remake older games, so that way this team can get the ropes. So then they can create the next installment.
Mm.
So, like, maybe have Night Dive create a new Dark Forces game that's in the style of that first game, because as we all know, that style gets dropped immediately with the second game. Just an idea.
Would be an interesting idea. What do you think, Luke?
Certainly an interesting concept. Can I just bring this back around to Bounty Hunter just very, very quickly? So yeah, the point is, and I get what Henson's saying now, but the bottom line point still stands. They will take the time to scan in the latest print of an EU comic book, but they can't be bothered actually fixing the issues with the game itself.
I mean, to be fair, scanning a comic is a lot different than actual game development. Not to mention, I'm sure they just took these from, like,
The Epic Collection.
no, I was gonna say they already had the digital files, so all they would have needed to do was drag and drop. So, like, literally no effort involved is what I'm saying.
I think there could have also been no effort in just going the lives counter from 5 to 99. I think they could have also done that.
But this is what I mean. If this does not expose how lazy Aspyr either always were or have become, at the very least, as a porting studio, I don't know what port/remaster studio, I don't know what does.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing. It's like, if they didn't make any changes, well, I mean, that would suck, but, like, fair enough, I guess. But there was enough effort there to alter the original game, but it's the areas in which they made changes and how much was changed in others. Adding a flashlight, even though honestly, like I said, I never had an issue with how dark the game was.
Me neither.
But then, like, not going far enough when it came to the bounty system. I'm not meaning, like, getting messages from the people who place the bounties, just like making the bounty system just fun, So, I guess that's my overall thoughts. Like, if this remaster had been done by Night Dive and all of the fixes and changes we've talked about were implemented, then I most likely would have replayed the game, given I had the right console. Or in the case of PC, a good laptop. But because Aspyr did the job they did, I don't have much of a reason. I'd say I don't have any reason to replay the game. If I ever, when I go back to this game, it's probably most likely just going to be a walkthrough.
To make matters even worse, I don't even know if the PC version of this game is even moddable. I don't even know if that's even possible.
I would be curious.
Because I've not heard at all from Aspyr or any others developers that the PC version is modded. I've not heard from anybody.
It's funny that you mentioned that, General. The question mark of is Bounty Hunter on PC moddable or not, because obviously, as you know, I there are people who I know who are kind of in that scene with other things, and bear in mind, because Bounty Hunter was never released on PC back in the day, there is no pre-established modding community for it.
Mhm.
So who knows if the source code is in fact moddable.
Who knows on that front? Yeah. Now, as for Night Dive remastering this game, or I guess not anymore. You guys remember the image that I posted a while back? Even showed on Twitter, and the CEO of Night Dive liked it, mostly because he was hinting that they were doing Dark Forces 2. Well, look at this. Look at the image now. Yeah, sad that now I have to cross out one of them, and not in a good way. Bounty Hunters crossed out. Thank you, Aspyr, for that. Now you ruined Henson's one big request from last time.
Yes, the few things that would have made Bounty Hunter far more playable than it was in its original state. So that is indeed unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess now my pick would be Shadows of the Empire, because quite frankly, that game is such a pain in the ass to play.
More than Bounty Hunter?
Bounty Hunter, I enjoyed enough to keep going despite. I mean, like, Bounty Hunter could be annoying, but at least it was playable, and I was invested in the story because Bounty Hunter has definitely one of the best Star Wars video game stories, period. But Shadows of the Empire, it's just like that's the kind of N64 jank that like prevents me from like wanting to play it.
Mm. Okay.
Not to
Well,
mention, it's like between the novel and the comic, I have the story.
mm. Okay, yeah. Now, one thing to note in regards to Bounty Hunter, apparently there was information found, Asatru found it before Bounty Hunter released, that apparently Aspyr had actually obtained the rights to do Bounty Hunter as far back as February 2023. So before the Battlefront Classic Collection came out. So basically, before we even made our picks on what games to pick, they had already chosen your number one most requested, Henson,
Could you
before we
say
even
the
said
date again?
it. The date was February 2023. Yeah, a month before Classic Collection.
I
came
mean,
out.
it makes sense because you know you need to finalize these things in advance. But yeah, you know it's unfortunate, but
Yeah.
Night Dive potentially working on Dark Forces 2. That's I
Yeah.
guess good, I guess. But
I mean, yeah, they definitely deserve that one, considering what they did with Dark Forces 1.
as someone who hasn't played Dark Forces 2, does that game need like the Night Dive treatment, so to speak?
Look.
All you have to do is just look up footage of it, Henson, and you'll get your answer.
Yeah, short answer, yes, Henson, it does need it. It's similar to Shells the Empire, in which it's from that N64 era where it could really benefit from a pretty good remaster.
There's a reason that Night Dive took on the original Dark Forces, and considering that the second game was only 2 years later, yeah, it retains a lot of the jank from its time.
Yes, Dark Forces, quite frankly, was not fun.
The remaster did manage to actually make the game pretty fun. There are certain areas that I do die, and the life system is a bit not that fun. But then again, those levels are easy. But then I realized more replays that apparently it's actually fairly easy to breeze through the levels. So just a bit of even the bit of trial and error actually ends up going fine. So it's not like Bounty Hunter where you literally die so many goddamn times that you get frustrated no end. So so somehow it's balanced just enough Dark Horse Remaster while having a good map and a pretty good saving system that it ends up being more fun than frustrating that game. So somehow they did it while at the same
For
time
me, the
also
levels were just too maze-like.
they were maze-like, and I was concerned of getting lost, but somehow in the remaster I actually didn't. Not even the sewer level, which is like what, the third floor. Not even that one I got lost actually.
I needed to look up because I was not about to do a trial and error of that bullshit.
Somehow I did. I actually felt more trial and error when I originally played on PC, but in the remaster, no, we actually didn't. And it's mostly because of the map system. I don't remember if it was in the original game, but the map system that the remaster has, it's similar to the one from the original Doom game, but it actually tells you. It actually is good enough to tell you what areas you've already explored and which ones you're not, and if there's paths that you can go. And so it's actually good, and it's good enough so that I pretty much was able to beat the level no problem without needing to look for any guides. So it was, I even asked the devs why they didn't add like a compass feature or something like they did with Quake 2 Remaster, and it's because they said the game already has a map system and the levels are not too convoluted to actually get supremely lost. So they actually did test it enough to see, okay, then there's no need for just this map system. I should be able to figure it out. And yeah, from playing it myself, yeah, it's better in the remaster. Compare that to say, well, other games were definitely an issue to navigate. The original Wolfenstein 3D is definitely one of those very maze-like games that really could have benefited from any sort of map or anything, but didn't get that. So yeah, you can get easily lost in that. The original Turok 2, by the way, also can get really confusing, and the levels were pretty big to the point at which you needed something to tell you. And I fixed it by adding the objective markers to tell you where do you need to go and what objectives to do. And then Quake 2, they added the compass system. So Night actually does know when you need an actual compass and when it doesn't, because he actually playtested this shit. So whereas Aspyr, all of their ports, they're lucky they haven't, like, it seems like Battlefront Hunter is the only game that you could technically maybe get lost in, whereas all their other ports, the other Star Wars games, you don't really get. Did you guys ever get lost in like Jedi Outcast? Jedi 2 Jedi Outcast?
I haven't
Yes.
played it.
Did you get lost, Luke?
I did get lost in some levels, yes.
I see. Well, if Night had done that remaster, they would have probably added a compass feature. Would you have liked that, or you're fine with the original game as it is?
See, there aren't a crazy number of levels in Jedi Outcast that confuse me. Certainly not now. I can probably recall most of the sneaky progression passages from memory. So I don't think those things needed addressing with a map or a waypoint or anything like that. But you definitely you do have to keep your wits about you when it comes to figuring out those sneaky progression ways, like the really sneaky passage that you have to swim through in the Yavin swamp level. It's not, although those things are not quite as bad as, say, Dark Forces 1 or 2.
Oh yeah, those. That's fun. Yeah. So, yeah, from from what I know, from what Night Dive's doing from Dark Forces 2, if they're doing Dark Forces 2, which so far they're hinted at yes, they're probably gonna be they did say another reason why they told me why they couldn't add any like a compass or whatever objective marks Dark Forces 1 is because the game's code didn't allow it. Didn't necessarily allow it, so they couldn't put it. But Dark Forces 2, they said that they could actually add it there. So because that one is more friendly to actually editing that in. So in that one, it will be more. It will be much. Definitely, will be much better for them to implement it there. So yeah. Now, as for Dark Forces 2, chances are they already secured the rights for it and they're already working on it. They're just waiting to announce it. And of course, they have to first release the thing remastered, since they're doing the thing remastered, which is releasing this year. Which that's exciting. I know Doan's certainly excited for that one.
Yes, what a shock that was.
Yep. So they're doing the thing remastered. Then they're probably gonna announce Dark Forces 2. Who knows if it releases next year. And so yeah. And as for what other Star Wars project they would do, knowing Night Dive, they really like doing 90s games. Sometimes they tackle 2000s games that we've seen with Turok 3 and now the thing remastered. So they do sometimes 2000s games. So okay, Henson, you already said you want Shadows of the Empire, so that's the one that the Night Dive's doing.
I mean, quite frankly, since Dark Forces is one of the big titles, I think it only makes sense to do Shadows of the Empire since that is one of the big titles.
And from the N64 era, which is Night Dive's specialty. So yeah, okay. And look, which is the title that you say Night Dive should be remastering after Dark Forces 2?
Well, and we can only pick one. Yeah, I'm sticking with my original answer that I eventually came to on this. Rogue Squadron, specifically the second one, Rogue Leader, because that is commonly considered the best of the Rogue Squadron trilogy. I mean, if you're gonna do one, eventually you'd have to do the other two as well to get the full trilogy. But for the sake of one in particular, Rogue Leader for me.
Okay. See, here's the thing. There's several people that they've let's just say that the reactions to some reviews of Bounty Hunter and the trailers for Bounty Hunter, some of them have been saying, Aspyr, could you please do the Rogue Squadron trilogy next?
Wait, what?
Yes, there's people online actually clamoring them to do the Rogue Squadron trilogy.
Screen share that shit.
Give me a second. Look, I need to look for it. But yes,
I cannot believe this. Are you fucking joking?
No, I've legit seen people actually say it, especially in Asatrus channel. I'm not kidding on that one. People have actually been saying that shit. I'm gonna look for it. So, but yes, I have seen people actually it's probably more in the trailers, Bounty Hunter. But yes, people have been saying that they want Aspyr to the fucking Rogue Squadron now.
No. Stop it.
Oh, there it is. They should also release Rogue Squadron. Anyone remember that game?
Screen share.
Give me a second. Look, I'm going.
No.
This can't be. No, it's not true. That's impossible. No.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel right now.
There it is.
Wait. Where are we? Fuck off! No.
Oh god, somebody even said the whole trilogy, including Shadows of the Empire.
Well, first off, Shadows of the Empire is not part of the Rogue Squadron series. And what the... No! Are you fucking kidding me? Have we seriously forgotten the disaster that they reduced the Battlefront Classic Collection to overnight? Is that what we're looking at here?
I think some of them have forgiven Aspyr because Bounty Hunter came out all right.
How can you... even taking into account that Bounty Hunter is actually playable enough, look as it is in the remaster. How could you like? We're not even half a year removed from Battlefront Classic Collection yet. We're not even 6 months past that point. Are you seriously telling me that people have already forgiven them for screwing those games up just because of this, which is nowhere near its fullest potential?
It seems like it. I mean, just look at the comments. It's like 13 of them. What do you think of this, Henson?
Well, certainly a shock. Although, I suppose I shouldn't really be surprised. Some people not holding, or still not holding the classic or Battlefront Classic Collection against them. But like,
Or Quarter 2 Switch.
yeah, it's no. I don't particularly. Well, then again, I haven't really like looked at their other remasters, so I can't really speak on them.
From
But,
Aspyr?
yeah,
Okay. Luke and I actually have experience with the remasters. So, Luke in particular, since he played the PS4 versions of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, how have the remasters of Aspyr been for their Star Wars games before the Night Quarter 2?
The first 4 that they did, so Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy, Racer, and Republic Commando. Yes, I know. Those latter 2 make no sense as a combination, but that's what they chose to do.
it really doesn't.
I just wanted to try and get ahead because I knew Henson was, well, he was a lot more diplomatic about it there, but I think if I didn't step in there immediately, he'd have said, "What the fuck was that combination about?" Because we know he's said that before. But regardless, those 4 remasters are they don't add anything, they don't do anything drastically different, but they are all round solid. Considering that they were the earlier Star Wars remasters within Aspyr's repertoire, they do their job. I admit.
You want to say something, Henson? I don't think he was going to say anything. Anyway, continue, Luke.
No, he was going to. Wait. Oh, hang on.
Oh, Henson, your mic? Oh.
Hang on a second.
Well, I'll check that. So actually, fun fact about the Aspyr remasters. Turns out that some people actually didn't like the Republic Commando remaster because they had some aiming issues, in particular in the Switch version, and most importantly, it's lacking the multiplayer component that was there in the original Xbox and PC versions. So it was only purely the campaign. Jedi and Jedi Outcast also their port also didn't have the multiplayer, so those 2 were missing the multiplayer, which definitely not. Well, for Republic Commando especially, not good that they didn't bring the multiplayer. At least in a local multiplayer sense, they didn't need to put online if they didn't want to. But that definitely is that ain't fine with me on that. I do think they should have brought the. They should have brought the multiplayer, at least in a local multiplayer sense, at least just for 2 players to play around in both games. Like, at least they should have done that. But the fact they didn't is like, come on. So that's bad. That's bad. However, their best remaster, hands down, from that time is Episode 1 Racer. That's the best one. Not only does it have the best features of the N64 and PC, but even goes so far as to making it fully playable and actually making the AIs. I think they did the AI a bit better, and they also fixed the music, the lack of music in the N64 version. So yeah, it's just the best version all around.
So, my mic
Ah.
are
Oh,
saying that the games that was first few games Aspyr remastered, at least as Aspyr Racer and Mando compared to like those games didn't really have much in the way of jank required fixing.
mhm.
Like those games were pretty solid. So you need to
Yeah.
do just updates,
Mhm.
clean up.
Yeah, there is that. It does stink that they didn't add a multiplayer component for Public Commando and Jedi Outcast. You could argue Jedi Outcast is in it because of Jedi Academy, though I know there are some people that did like the exclusive maps in Jedi Outcast, so there's that. Republic Commando, I don't think they should have added a multiplayer component, even if it was just regular team deathmatch with Republic Commando skin and Trandoshans. Still would have been something, even if it didn't have online, at least locally. But no, they didn't add that, so far, the best version for Republic Commando still is the original Xbox or the PC in this point of day, and more so on Xbox because you can now use the Series X to get 4K and 60 frames per second. So you still get a remastered treatment, kinda, while still having all the features on the original. So there's that. Now, as for Jedi Outcast, you could still argue, you could in a way still argue OG Xbox PC are the best versions because they do have the multiplayer. So there is that. Now, as for Jedi Academy, that may be the best version. Could be the PS4. Could be PS4. Switch, don't know because the Joy Cons they tend to be an issue when it comes to aiming. So that probably could be a problem. But both do have online multiplayer with servers and everything. So those could be the better versions. And then there's PC with a full modding community. So probably that is the best version. So. So yeah, that's it. Those are the versions. Now, then they did other reports of Star Wars games. So, look, you want to tell us which ones they are?
As in the ones pre.
That Aspyr did before Coda 2, before they started fumbling it up.
Well, that. Oh, so the ones pre Jedi Outcast, Jedi and Jedi Academy. You want me to go back even that far?
No. Basically, go from where they started doing ports across all platforms, and they stopped doing only Mac ports from games. Basically, from 2019 all the way till 2021 and early 2022.
So, well, that would be what Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy,
Racer.
the KOTOR duology, Racer, and Republic Commando.
Yeah, and Force Unleashed, the 6th-gen version.
Yes, yeah, because they did that for the Switch, didn't they? So that's 7 Star Wars ports in total.
Yeah. The Switch version of Force Unleashed, it's a good version. Yes, they could have done more, in particular adding the PSP content, but at least they did the job on that one. So yeah, KOTOR 1 on Switch also they did the job on that one. But then the Embracer acquisition happens and shit goes down the toilet with the KOTOR remake being taken from out of Aspyr's hands and into Saber. And then they do Knights of the Republic 2 on the Switch, which it was a disaster. Well, was really bad. And then they somehow do the Tomb Raider 1 to 3 remastered, which they say which is pretty good, but But I've heard the reason why those are pretty good is because they actually hired modders that are experienced with those games to do those ports, which is why they came out so good. And then they do Battlefront Classic Collection. So, and by the way, Battlefront Classic Collection that was like what just a few months after they did Tomb Raider. It wasn't that far away. Yeah, no, it was just a month after. Holy shit! Like wow,
Yeah, the Battlefront release was certainly interesting because like you can still play the original games on PC and still play the multiplayer. I mean, in terms of consoles, it makes sense, but it's like, out of all the games to remaster, I feel like the Battlefront games in particular should have been really low on the list.
Or at the very least, if you were gonna do them, it should have been the absolute best versions of them all. Like so good, it will warrant not only rebuying them, but bringing all of your friends together to play the multiplayer in epic fashion, doing the campaign, bringing Galactic Conquest with plenty of people to play with instead of just playing it locally with just one friend because they couldn't even be bothered to put 4-player split screen. Like they couldn't even do that. Like they could have made Ackman at one point. He said he could have literally live streamed an entire Galactic Conquest session with his YouTube friends, make 2v2s or even 6v6 in that sense, and absolutely just spend the entire day playing that. Like, and that would have been sick. Not gonna lie. As somebody that's already played 2 versus 2 Galactic Conquest locally in my house with my friends months ago, let me tell you right, that is some of the best shit you'll ever play in Star Wars gaming history. I am not kidding you. Like, if you have one friend that is an expert in Galactic Conquest and 2 other friends that are more like newbies, and you team up one newbie with one of the each, you'll pretty much have a great time. Trust me, it was amazing. Like, it was the most challenging I ever played in that mode. Such wasted potential with that.
You know, having the DLC, I would say justified its existence. Keeping the DLC only on Xbox, I guess it was. I mean, it made sense at the time. Having DLC in general was just like, ugh. But then it's like, why not go one step further? Like, if there was any game that I would argue should have had more content developed for it, it should have been the fucking Battlefront games. Like, the mod scene on those games, especially Battlefront 2, it's like Sonic Generations. It's huge.
It's huge,
so
yeah.
Then it's like, I mean, I'm not saying, put modded levels into a game, but, Aspyr could have created new levels or hired said modders to create new levels
instead of stealing their work.
Yes, that goes without saying. Or, pay the modders to get their mods and then, make them more official looking, give it more of an official stamp of approval. It's like Sonic Generations. You would think those games you would just be able to release content long after its initial release, but then for some fucking reason, they don't do that when they easily could have.
Yeah, they easily could have. Generations was an easy template to add plenty of DLC considering the history of Sonic.
Yes.
And Battlefront, it's Battlefront. It also has plenty of history. Imagine the amount of EU battles you could have put, like Battle of Jabim.
Yes, there is a lot. We could have thrown in TCW stuff. We could have thrown in more levels and characters exclusive to video. Imagine KOTOR levels and characters.
Instead of just mods.
It's like Battlefront, you could release one Battlefront and just update that consistently for years.
Mm-hmm.
But, mods is your only option with that.
Yep.
Like, just imagine it, It's like, imagine a heroes versus villains in which, like, you could have Revan, Bane fighting Revan, because we all know he's a massive Revan fanboy. But, like, yeah, Battlefront, there is so much content you can put into that and just, like, keep the game alive. Like, the original Battlefront 2 is still alive to this day.
I'm busy.
So it's like, if you release, like, new official content, then, like, all the better.
Mm-hmm.
But no.
Instead we got one of the absolute worst remasters in existence that could probably make GTA Trilogy Defective Edition blush.
It's amazing because there's not much you have to do with the two Battlefront games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those games, I mean, yeah, you can't say they do have jank, but like, they are essentially, like, perfect the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, depending on which experience you want, since both games play and feel different.
2 is certainly the most popular.
Like, I pray to whoever the fuck will listen that, like, if Disney Lucasfilm decides to remaster the PSP games, get
Night dive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rebellion, because they still exist.
Still making Sniper Elite games.
And when it comes to video game companies still existing after, like, I would say a decade, that's fucking impressive, honestly. Like, the video game industry is a very rabid environment.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, I would say they do have the means of, like, remastering that. I believe someone from Rebellion, it might have been the CEO or, like, someone, showed, like, footage of, updated models and textures that made it more like PS2 release. Don't quote me on that, but the point being, since that company still exists, you can have them remaster those games.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, if there were games to remaster, it would be those games, since they were exclusive to the PSP. Well, Elite Squadron also had a DS release, so I guess, give us that too. But in terms of, like, the version that matters, the PSP one.
Yeah, of course.
And for the love of God, give us Lethal Alliance. It hasn't even been re-released on digital stores.
Because Ubisoft. So there is that. Yeah. Now in terms of remastering old games, okay. So look, you already said that you wanted Henson, you said you wanted Charles the Empire, Mass by Night Dive. Look, you already said Rogue Squadron 2. Dark Forces 2 would obviously be my pick, but I probably will go Shadows of the Empire 2. Now, here's the same question that Henson gave to us, and yeah, let's be careful with our answers, because clearly we jinxed it very hard last time. Mostly you, Henson. Okay. We already know our answers from last time. So now, which game is going to be thrown to the Aspyr mines of laziness? Or the lazy wolves, if you want to call it. So, look, you first. Which one are you throwing to Aspyr? It's inevitable. They're gonna be doing one. We know they're not. They're not done. They're not done.
What? So in exchange for a good Night Dive remaster, throw one of these games to the wolves.
At this point, it's probably a guarantee because we already saw. Turns out they already got one, and it was Kansas' most requested pick for Night Dive. So now we gotta be careful with our choices.
Okay,
Maybe they're even watching this.
Okay, well, when Henson originally pitched the question, because he was the one to come up with it, he probably remembers in that context and in that moment what I was willing to sacrifice in exchange for a good Rogue Squadron 2 remaster from Night Dive. In this case, and granted, I would still take what I originally went with purely on the grounds of the original game that I threw to the wolves in that instance is fine as is. So a poor remaster of that game wouldn't affect it too much. But in this case, in exchange for Night Dive doing Rogue Squadron 2, I'm going to take the game of this bunch that I have the least interest in, to be honest with you, which is Battle for Naboo, and say that gets the lazy Aspyr treatment in exchange.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Henson, which one are you giving to Aspyr?
Oh, let me think. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is going to be a freebie. Force Unleashed 2.
Oh, okay.
Hang on a minute, Henson. Didn't you get on General's case for cheating when you posited this question to him?
Yeah, I was throwing all sorts of other games like Obi-Wan.
Yes, yeah. Well, but like, oh, fine. Although I would say Force Unleashed 2 isn't like bad. It's not good, but it's bad. But let's see. What game am I willing to throw to the Aspyr wolves? So, want Shadows to be done by Night Dive. But which one am I willing to risk? I guess I'll have to go with Revenge of the Sith.
Your favorite look.
Oh, I had this funny feeling he was going to say that one. Which, for anyone who may watch this after the fact, when we discussed the Battlefront Classic Collection remaster, I originally said I would stomach throwing Revenge of the Sith, a remaster of that, to Aspyr in exchange for a Night Dive Rogue Squadron 2 remaster or remake, purely because the original Revenge of the Sith game is fine as is.
Look at it this way, Luke. If Aspyr does Revenge of the Sith, although I feel like that would be lower on the list, but who the fuck knows with them?
Maybe not so much, given next year's 2025.
Yeah, I guess there is that. But, unlike something like Bounty Hunter, as far as I remember, there's nothing in Revenge of the Sith that needs fixing necessarily. So, surely, well, I mean, with the Battlefront collection, I mean, things can go horribly fucking wrong, but
If Revenge of the Sith gets remastered either next year or the year after, and it gets treated the way the Battlefront Classic Collection was treated, you can bet I will be the driving force in a rant about that.
oh my god, will this be a State of Star Wars first? Will we need to like cut out Luke's rant and sell it as its own video?
Oh god.
Because how many times have we done that with Henson now, General?
2. Definitely 2.
I mean, what can I say? I'm like a mascot to State of Star Wars when it comes to ranting.
Oh, you'll probably get a third chance in the coming future.
Well, I mean, you see, when it comes to these video game remasters, like, you know, it's hard for me to get too mad because, quite frankly, there were only like a few games that I like seriously played when it came to Star Wars. I mean, I guess I could say the HD version of The Force Unleashed, since only the Wii version was remastered for some fucking reason. Should have been the PSP version, but whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, the Wii version was the first version I played of that game, so I have a nostalgic connection to that version, and plus playing the fighting mode by myself. But seriously, like, the PSP version is the Wii version, but like more shit. Although, like, wait, does the PSP version doesn't have the fighting mode, does it?
No.
Not that I know of. No.
It's as I said all those years ago, all those months ago at this point. Should have just released a version or remastered The Force Unleashed, but have everything. At least in terms of like the 6th gen, the standard definition release. Just remaster it with like everything. So basically the PSP version with the fighting mode from the Wii version, and boom, you got the perfect version of that version of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, because, like, you know, The Force Unleashed is a game. The HD version of The Force Unleashed has its jank. And, you know, not the best Star Wars game, honestly. Some parts of that game can be annoying.
Pull it out of the sky.
Oh god.
Yeah, that section was, oh god. So, you know, actually, you know, I do have to ask, like, what is the likelihood of us getting a remaster of the HD version of Force Unleashed?
That's
Very unlikely, considering that neither Aspyr nor Night Dive do 7th gen games.
Plus, does that game really need a remaster?
At most an port, but that'll be it.
I know, but like a full-fledged remaster or even a remake, does it really need that?
I mean, I wouldn't say remake, but like, you know, we're a few generations removed from the PSP, Xbox 360. But, you know, I suppose in the grand scheme of things, you know, that game just really needs to be ported, not remastered.
Yeah, it just needs to be ported, yeah.
But, like, you know, we could get a physical release for the PS5 or whatever, but
I do know what we could be getting if Aspyr decides to do it decides to do another Star Wars, and it's not Force Unleashed HD, Henson. It would be Force Unleashed to the Wii version for Switch.
And here I was thinking of Super Bombad Racing.
Wait, have Aspyr actually confirmed that Force Unleashed 2
No.
for Switch is in the pipeline?
No, it's just me throwing that idea. But considering that they already did Force Unleashed 1 Wii/PS2 version, I would not be surprised if they decide to do the Wii version of Force Unleashed 2 and release it on the
it's
Switch.
certainly weird since they've been pretty consistent about doing sequels fairly close to the originals. Both KOTOR's, the Jedi Knight games.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, just the first Force Unleashed, not the second. I guess because nobody gives a shit about Force Unleashed 2, any version really, so. Well, that is a fact.
I guess.
You know, like, when are we gonna get remasters? Maybe not remasters, but I'll say remasters for the Super Trilogy.
All we know is we got the first Super Star Wars on PS4, but that's it.
Super Trilogy aside, I want to play the version of the game where Darth Vader becomes a scorpion.
Oh my god. Oh Christ. The Famicom version of the Star Wars game. Oh my god.
You see, that, my friends, is the expanded universe in action.
In the most what the fuck inducing alternate reality way, yeah.
Yeah, I'm your father, and
I'm also a fucking scorpion. No, it's not true. That's impossible. Why is Darth Vader turned to a fucking scorpion? That doesn't even happen in the special editions. There is no version of Star Wars in this universe or timeline or any other, I'm sure of it, where Darth Vader turns into a fucking scorpion.
Yeah, the Star Wars episodes. I don't remember if it was a multi-parter. Definitely a great AVGN episode.
Yeah.
But
so Henson, you throw episode 3 to the wolves.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game I've played it, but wasn't as invested or as invested as I was for Bounty Hunter, so it's nothing lost on my end.
Considering the jury lost.
The fact that Bounty Hunter was remastered by Aspyr was an unfortunate series or turn of events. But at least it wasn't an unplayable mess.
Well, that's the only thing we got to thank
Which,
them
is
for.
a very, very, very low bar. But, Aspyr has set that bar. And now they have to slowly but surely raise that bar back to what it once was, which is going to be a lengthy process because the release of the Classic Collection was fumbled so hard that, it's honestly in the right place in regards to current Star Wars. Disney and Lucasfilm fumbling the ball is... it's really their mantra at this point.
Oh, unfortunately.
You say, General, that Henson doesn't have anything to lose, but he does, because you never know. Aspyr they just might decide to sneak Shadows of the Empire away under our nose.
fuck? If that happens, Henson, how will you react?
Well, hard to say, really. I mean, after what happened with Bounty Hunter,
And Battlefront and Quarter 2.
I don't know. I may just grab a pillow and scream into it.
Because it will be the same.
Look
Because it will be the
to,
same janky game.
I don't know. I may pray to my great goddess and say, "What the fuck?"
Goddess Hylia.
No. But I may look to Daddy G over here and say, "See what you done, you Halo Lord piece of shit."
Hey, it wasn't me who jinxed it.
I may look to Luke Warren and think, "Oh my, I know what I'm going to do to you in the afternoon." Oh!
Well,
The ultimate hate sex.
No.
Basically, Henson
This
would
coming from
lose
an asexual, so you know that's legit.
To put it
You know
simply,
how
look.
pissed off I am when an asexual has hate sex.
Zarbon. Now that's a voice I haven't heard in a long time. Quite literally.
To put it simply, look, Henson would absolutely lose it if Aspyr goes for Shouts to the Empire. It would be almost like they're like taking it personal against him.
My God, if that happens, I might just lose my asexuality entirely.
Okay.
I may actually.
So,
I don't know. The point being that
you just destroy a wall with your fist. That's what you do, or your head.
I mean, I may not go that far, but let's just say, like, Shadows of the Empire is a game that definitely deserves the Dark Forces treatment. It is a game that has, I would say, fundamental issues just based on when it was released.
And on what console.
So it needs proper care. And if it doesn't get it, then there's no fucking reason to play the remaster. Bounty Hunt. Well, okay, the fact that the bounties is improved is reason enough to play it, but
but the difficulty is still there.
It's the fucking live counter. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Why didn't they fucking change that? Just don't, you fucks. Don't take Shadows of the Empire. You've already taken Bounty Hunter. You've already fucked over the Battlefronts. And then, of course,
KOTOR 2.
And then, of course, when it comes to KOTOR 2, it's like, I mean, yeah, sure, having the restored content mod as DLC, we would have had to think about the canon ramifications of that. God knows Lucasfilm wouldn't have, but still, it would have been worth it. And just, and of course, Force Unleashed not being the proper version. It's just Aspyr. Lazy, incompetent fucks.
Add to that Republic Commando not having any multiplayer of any kind in their versions.
As someone who doesn't really give two shits about the multiplayer, it's like whatever, but still, it means the game isn't as complete as it should be. But it's like things started out fairly well, These were games a lot of us either played a lot or, we would go into GameStop and see them right there. And as Star Wars fans, it's like, oh my fucking God, I can play Star Wars. But, with these remasters, they've, ranged from pretty good to I am going to tie this noose and hang myself because that would be preferable than having to sit through the slog that is Battlefront with its huge fucking file size. Jesus fucking
Oh god, yeah,
Christ.
60 gigabytes.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so much for upscaling those movie clips in 4K.
So, like, there are some games that I feel deserve the best treatment because those were games that the foundation wasn't bad, but, it needed more work. So I hope more than Bounty Hunter, because at its base, Bounty Hunter is solid. It's just those few fucking things that needed changing. Shadows of the Empire, if it gets the Dark Forces treatment, then my god, that game will. I would go as far as to say actually be playable because it's just. I don't think Shadows of the Empire was all that fun. So, Night Dive, for the love of God, if you have any soul, you will get Shadows of the Empire and save it from this horrible fate.
Night Dive is not the company whose soul we should be questioning, given the quality of the products they've been putting out.
Okay, it was an exaggeration, but the point still stands.
But regardless, so General, Henson and I have our respective sacred treasure game. Mine is Revenge of the Sith. His is Shadows of the Empire. I'm going to turn this to you now with a game that I finally got hold of and played very recently. Star Wars The Clone Wars.
2002.
How would you feel if Aspyr got their hands on that?
God fucking damn it. As if Battlefront Classic Collection is bad enough. The Clone Wars was the only thing we got missing to get any sort of Battlefront fix at this point. Because EA is not going to do any other Battlefronts. And the only one that's very popular right now is Battlefront 2 EA, that unplayable, fucking unbalanced mess. And then Classic Collection is beyond fucked. We got nothing now! Other than the Clone Wars 2002 is the only game that we could remaster and actually not only get a solid campaign out of it, but actually bring the multiplayer back with servers and everything. The Xbox version in particular has exclusive levels. You can make big battle conquest. That is the only fucking game we have to actually give us something Battlefront related that's good. And if Aspyr takes it, they're going to do the bare minimum with it. And well, it might be a solid port. So much wasted potential. Christ. And to make it even worse, somebody already had told me online that he actually thinks the Clone Wars 2002 would be a good game for Aspyr to do. And I was like, you're thinking a small scale, dude. That game could benefit from more than just a simple port. Come on. Seriously. I mean, yeah, I agree. Dark Forces 2, neither prioritized that one. And Shadows of the Empire but come on, Clone Wars 2 has potential to do. I mean, I know it's not as popular as Battlefront, but this is the only thing we got to have any sort of Battlefront fix right now at this point. We got nothing. Aspyr completely fucked it up with the Classic Collection to the point in which literally the collection is dead online. It has less players than fucking Battlefront 2 on PC at this point. And Battlefront 2 EA already got a renaissance because of that, which that also pisses me off a lot. So if Clone Wars 2 gets thrown to the walls to Aspyr, fucking Christ, then we're screwed. And I hope to God that's not the one they take for next year. I hope to God they don't. In fact, the one I'm going to be saying to throw to the wolves is fucking Revenge of the Sith. What? I'm sorry, look, but that's the only one. I agree with Henson. That is the safest one that they cannot fumble up.
Seriously, you would rather have the video game adaptation of your favorite Star Wars movie as well fucked over rather than something like Battle for Naboo?
You see, Luke, that's the thing. It is merely a video game adaptation. We have the movie. The Clone Wars is an original story and thus far more necessary to the overall expanded
Hey, no, no.
universe experience than
I'm
that.
not saying the Clone Wars should be jeopardized. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just
No,
saying.
I'm saying that if
how
there was
can-
any game that I would say is fair enough to jeopardize, it would be Revenge of the Sith.
I'm just gonna say this now, Aspyr. On principle, it's not.
Although I guess any of the Rogue Squadron games would be fair enough, since none of them have original plots.
They do have original plots, actually. It's just that they're not too story focused, except for Rogue Squadron 3. That's like the only one that does have more story.
And also, hello, I'm someone whose primary platform did not get any of these games back in the day, so I'd like to experience them, preferably polished. Night Dive, get your hands on them, please.
Piracy is the way to go, kids. But I know this wouldn't happen. But tell me, General, how would you feel? You're playing Aspyr's remaster of the Clone Wars, and Anakin starts talking, and you hear Matt Lanter's voice.
Ah! No. Wait, would they actually be capable of doing that? Because as far as we know,
I said that wouldn't happen, but just imagine if it did.
Okay, Luke would get a kick out of it, but at the same time, he would be like, something's wrong. I would be absolutely furious because that's not the voice.
I would not want Matt Lucas's performance to be replaced with Matt Lanter. Even as someone who likes TCW, I wouldn't want that to happen to this game.
I know there's plenty of DC fanboys that would absolutely love it, but they're morons if they actually think that. Sorry, but that Matt Lucas should stay in that game. Not to mention the same Matt Lucas that voiced Anakin in Genndy Tartakovsky's Clone Wars.
Imagine for a moment if they redubbed him with Matt Lanter.
Well, considering that they didn't change any voices from Bounty Hunter, I don't think they're gonna do it.
Yeah, I'm saying that it wouldn't happen, but imagine it. Just imagine that version of Anakin, who is so close to his movie interpretation. Just imagine that characterization of Anakin with Matt Lanter's voice.
God,
it was Padawan Anakin with Matt Lanter's voice coming out felt wrong in Lego Skywalker Saga, so don't go back and tamper with Clone Wars 2002.
I'm just imagining the one of the first scenes in the micro series, the whole Master, I know you didn't think I'm ready, but I am the most powerful Jedi. Just imagine that with Matt Lanter's voice. It just wouldn't fucking fit.
No. Master, I know you don't trust me, but I am the best pilot in the Order. Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, a voice that I actually think should be given the redo in that game is have James Arnold Taylor redo Obi-Wan's dialogue.
Yeah, I knew you would say that one.
Specifically because we already have Matt Lucas as Anakin, so you might as well have James come in and redo Obi-Wan's dialogue to have the...
That go the extra mile and get Ewan McGregor.
Oh, well, obviously that's not going to happen.
I mean, I know, but
you can't have Ewan without Hayden, and vice versa. And if you're not going to have them, you have to go with the next best pair, which in the case of Classic EU is Matt Lucas and James Arnold Taylor.
I mean, plus, not to mention, with this new era of Star Wars, they firmly established that when it comes to voice acting, if you're getting Anakin and Obi-Wan, it's going to be Lanter and Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to, then you have the weird thing of, if it's adult Boba Fett and Jango Fett, it's going to be Tamora Morrison. But if it's the clones, unless it's live action,
it's
D. Bradley Baker.
Yeah.
Which actually, fair enough, but still.
They probably would have put his voice in Clone Wars too. So, but yeah. So going back to your Question, Henson. Clone Wars 2002 getting fucked by Aspyr. Oh my fucking god. Technically that game is not flawed except for a few difficulty spikes that I know look certainly adored playing through.
The proto deckers can fuck off,
Yeah, yes.
especially the first one.
Yeah, so there are some things that could get some ironing out in the Clone Wars 2, but overall it's an overall polished experience. Now the best version it would have been the OG Xbox with the added multiplayer maps and everything, but since there's no online, then at this point it's pretty much in the same fair game as GameCube and PS2. However, PS2 does have the blurriest of visuals. OG Xbox is the best visually, except for some of the lighting issues that it has some of the models. So but playing that on the Xbox Series X, you get a 60 FPS. So if Aspyr actually did a remaster of that one, it would just be on the Switch and the PlayStation consoles and PC, because Xbox already has the game backwards compatible. And if you remember, for Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy, and Republic Commando, those did not get ports from Aspyr because they already were backwards compatible on that console. So I wouldn't necessarily be too affected by it, but it would be wasted potential in the sense that Night Dive didn't take it, and we don't have our Battlefront fix, so we're forever going to be cursed by never having Battlefront goodness ever again. So
you know what Star Wars game I need?
Bombad Racing.
You're so fucking hilarious, General.
Mm-hmm.
No. It is
Obi-Wan.
One of the first Star Wars games I played, and one that I have such strong nostalgia for.
Mm-hmm.
The Revenge of the Sith plug and play.
Wait, which one? Because there's several.
The Vader.
Oh, the Vader controller shaped one.
I still have that controller to this day.
Oh, damn.
Like, of course, TVs now, they can't play it. But, or maybe whatever. Like, I would love to have those plug and plays, in a format that, is actually accessible now. It's like, I just have such strong nostalgia for that game. I would love to play those mini games again. Like, I guess not mini games, more so like arcade games would be more accurate. Oh, remember plug and plays? Well, I shouldn't say kids, because kids nowadays don't know what plug and plays are.
I actually do. In fact, I actually owned one back then. It was no longer working, so I unfortunately, so to put it simply, I didn't save it because, well, it no longer worked. But it was a pretty cool one, and it actually was much better than playing Star Wars Kinect. I'll say that much. I don't know if you guys have seen it. This one, have you guys seen it before?
Funny enough, I had this, but I couldn't get it to work.
I did. It was pretty fun. I managed to get to the very last fight with Vader, but he crushed me. I did beat Anakin though, and threw him to the lava.
God, that TV brings me back.
Yeah, but yes. Yeah. Did you ever play this, Luke?
No, I don't. No, I've seen it, but I've never played it.
Some childhood.
I used to play it back then, and it was pretty fun. Yeah, it's definitely much better than fucking Kinect Star Wars.
I played the shit out of the plug and play.
I may get it one day, even though I probably gonna have to spend $100 on it. So
really,
yeah,
let me check.
Yeah, checking the price because who knows? It's called Star Wars Saga Edition lightsaber battle game.
I was talking about the plug and play, but
I'll look for it myself. Let me see. Let me see. Wait, what do you mean Hasbro instructions? This thing still has Hasbro instructions? What the fuck?
yeah, it looks like you can get the plug and play for cheap.
Oh, only $75. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I thought it was going to be worse for some reason.
And I'll have to look up a walkthrough of this lightsaber battle game because, like I said, I tried playing it, but I just could not get it to work. I could get to the first screen, but then me trying to move the lightsaber around, it just wasn't fucking working.
In my even new status. In my case, it worked at first, but then I don't know if it was by bashing the saber or whatever. It just didn't work. So who knows on that. So yeah, but it was a fun one. It was a fun one, but yeah. So
Revenge of the Sith time.
Yeah.
The best time to be a Star Wars fan. Fight me.
Hey, none of us are gonna fight you because we agree. Don't you agree, Luke?
Yeah.
So yes, Shadows of the Empire for Night Dive. Sith can be tossed to the wolves because, well, nothing much would be lost there. So.
And unfortunately, I'm following his lead on this one, Luke. Sorry.
Although I guess I could, show some sympathy for Luke and say Star Wars Trilogy Arcade.
Okay, to be fair, that one is much simpler. So they couldn't fuck it up, but then again, they could fuck up.
You say that, General, but
yeah.
Way to wind up General on this one, Henson.
The worst
because I know for some fucking reason he likes Trilogy Arcade so much.
It was one of my first exposures to Star Wars, and it's a really damn good arcade. In fact, I think it's the best Star Wars arcade ever, excluding Racer.
I mean, I don't know. I think the new arcade system is pretty good.
It's fun, but too easy. So, Trilogy Arcade was definitely harder. And it also had lightsaber duels, which a new one doesn't. So there's that too. But yeah, Trilogy Arcade is pretty fun. If Aspyr could do it, okay, it's just a porting job. They could do it, but I have a feeling that the PC controls, it would fuck it up. And considering that I think the PC controls are ones you should master because it will be the closest to that fucking arcade game.
That's the beautiful thing about Aspyr here is like, we know they can do competent work, but we've also seen them at their very, very worst. So do you want to risk it?
With Trilogy Arcade, fuck no. I'll give him episode 3 any day. I'll give him ×3. Pun intended.
I mean, quite frankly, I guess I could say, sacrifice the Rogue Squadron games, the entire trilogy. But,
ouch.
There's some original content in there. So then it's like,
the entirety of Rogue Squadron 1 is original content. Rogue Squadron 2 has 3 to 4 levels based on the movies. Rogue Squadron 3 has 4 to 5. But they have their original. It's Rogue Squadron 1, the one is the most original with content. Rogue Squadron
all right, then sacrifice 2 and 3.
Ouch, look. There goes your most request.
But now that I'm thinking about it, okay, so Shadows for Night Dive, Sith for Aspyr, Rogue Leader for Aspyr, what for Night Dive? Do I go with an odd pick and say Phantom Menace for the PS1?
Oh, damn.
Would they do Phantom Menace for the PS1?
Night Dive. See, that's a very good question. Because they've gone as far as doing Shadow Man, but then Shadow Man had a PC version and Dreamcast. And that game was considered good in those platforms, just in 64 one, the one that sucked. So, in theory, they could, but it does make you wonder if the game itself is actually good. In the sense that it needs more than just remastering.
I just remembered the fucking X-Wing and TIE Fighter games.
Oh, yeah.
Based on what I've seen, I don't think I would enjoy playing either of those games, at least as they originally were. So, those games might be good for proper remasters.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could. Though the question is, would they be released on consoles or they would be released just on PC? Who knows?
Oh, that is the question. Oh, God, this is so hard. Oh, I got it. Yoda Chronicles for the Game Boy Color.
Oh, come now you're just throwing random games there. Do you think they would actually do a freaking Game Boy collection a la Castlevania Advance collection?
I mean, I know Yoda Chronicles was originally for the Mac, but
yeah.
I mean, I've said before, I think doing or pulling a Konami and doing collections based on particular eras / consoles. We got Castlevania Advance Collection with all the GBA games. So it's like, yeah, why not do a Star Wars Advance Collection, a Star Wars DS Collection, Star Wars PSP Collection? God, we fucking need that.
If only Disney would greenlight that instead of just just giving Aspyr Star Wars game after Star Wars game, and Night Dive giving them one every year, 2 years.
I mean, doesn't Night Dive have to ask?
I think both of them have to, which makes it all the more curious as to why Aspyr grabbed Bounty Hunter before they even finished Battlefront Classic Collection.
You would think that they would want some brand synergy and release a Bounty Hunter remaster during, I don't know, the height of the Mandalorian's popularity,
2022,
or during Book of Boba Fett.
2022.
It's like, like Bounty Hunter is one of those games where like you had an opportunity to like release it in a time that made sense, but releasing it after Mando is basically done, it's like, or hold off until season 4 / movie, whatever it winds up being, comes out.
Not happening anymore. So that much is there. But
or it might have been cool to release a episode 1 collection, the PS1 game Racer, Battle for Naboo,
Jedi Power Battles.
Sure, that
Obi-Wan
GBA game. No, it's a Game Boy Color game, right?
Obi-Wan is an OG Xbox game.
No, I'm talking about the portable Obi-Wan game.
Oh, damn. There was one? Damn. Well, there is that, but yeah.
The point being, there are things you could have done here, which would have made far more sense than putting Republic Commando and
Racer
together. Just, what the fuck?
You'd think they would update that and put Bounty Hunter with Republic Commando now, but they haven't.
That would have made way more fucking sense. Or Republic Commando and the Clone Wars. It doesn't make any sense.
No fucking idea, but we don't even know what the hell Aspyr's doing right now, other than, I guess, twirling their freaking fingers to what comes next. I'm saying episode 3 is their next target. I hope to God it's that. If they are going to be doing one, it better be that game.
I mean, I feel like since they've done Bounty Hunter, it would only make sense to do the Clone Wars. So I have a strong feeling that, like, the Clone Wars might be their next pick.
Don't you think episode 3 makes more sense given that it's only 5 months for 2025? Or
hard
you
to
think,
say.
or they'll release Clone Wars first and then Episode 3 in the middle of 2025?
I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Because I think it would make sense to release Bounty Hunter, then Clone Wars, and then Revenge of the Sith. Thematically speaking, and timeline wise, of course, it just makes sense. Well, we'll just have to see. I do believe it's either going to be Clone Wars or Sith first.
What if they do Rogue Leader? You know, looks big.
I mean, maybe, but like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to think. I'm sure this trilogy has its fans.
The Rogue Squadron trilogy is one of the most coveted in Star Wars gaming. It's actually on the top 10, a list of top 10 Star Wars games. At least one of those games is.
I feel like at least the first game would have been remastered by now.
It hasn't been for some reason.
Like, Racer makes sense. I would also say Republic Commando makes sense. I don't know why you would do only 2 of the Jedi Knight games, but whatever.
Well, now we know why, because Night Dive's handling the first 2.
Yeah, but like, when did they get the license, though?
For Dark Forces 1, it would have had to be either 2022 or 2021, one of those years.
And when did the remasters for the 2 Jedi Knight games come out?
2019 and 2020.
Yeah, just don't know what happened there, but
COVID.
I just feel like, Rogue Squadron would have been done by now. I don't know why they would have waited so long to do that one.
Who knows on that?
I guess I can say the same for Shadows of the Empire. But...
Oh, Shadows of the Empire, I think it's more because it's the aside from Jedi Knight, it's the most EU, like the most in-your-face EU video game. And keep in mind, back then it was like the anti-EU hate train. Back then, if you remember the 2010.
given the fact that they did the last 2 Jedi Knight games, which are also very in-your-face EU, and Republic Commando, and Force Unleashed.
Well, Force Unleashed was in 2022.
The point being, clearly they don't have any issues with releasing games that are strictly expanded universe.
Yeah, at this point,
I don't think that was it at all.
Maybe not. Who knows on that?
I mean, regardless, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I do know that they took forever to make those ports because they started doing it till 2019, where we were getting the remasters of those EU games by 2019. Because before that, Aspyr was just continuing to do their Mac and Linux ports, and the only Star Wars stuff they had ported was Force Unleashed 2 on PC, and also the Coder games and Call of Duty and others to Mac and Linux. So they really had not started to do any actual remasters until 2019 with Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. And from there, they went to Episode 1 Racer, then Jedi Academy in 2020, and that's how they went. So it really was 2019 where the beginning that we actually started getting these old Star Wars games actually freaking re-released for once. So yeah. Oh, also in 2018, we did get Xbox getting plenty of Star Wars games backwards compatible. The Battlefronts, Jedi Starfighter, and some others. I don't remember which other ones we got in 2018, but definitely. Oh, Knights of the Republic 1, if I recall. So by 2018 is when we started actually getting games backwards compatible in Xbox. So it's like by that time Disney was like, yeah, let's start actually giving the EU fans something, even if it's just re-releases.
I mean, I wouldn't say they thought of it as, oh, let's give the EU fans something. It was more of a, hey, we have the Star Wars license,
And right
and
now,
remastering older games is cost effective.
and and
Plus, people like a lot of these Star Wars games for one reason or another. So, same reason for reprinting EU books and comics. It just makes sense.
I
It's
do.
cost effective.
Hmm.
People will eat it up.
I do think. I wonder if the Battlefront 2 EA controversy has something to do with making the Battlefronts backwards compatible and bringing them to Steam with multiplayer restored. I do wonder that. Because that happened in 2018 and 2019.
I mean, maybe. I don't think so, but.
Just a theory. Just theory on that.
It's like. I know we had already talked about this before, but like delving into, remastering these older games, it just reminds me that, there was a time when we could get like multiple games in a year. Of course, that goes for video games in general. Like now it can take several fucking years to get a game released in a franchise.
Oh, yeah.
But back in the day, it's like, oh, like in 2005 alone, we got, the Revenge of the Sith game, Republic Commando, Lego Star Wars,
Battlefront 2.
Battlefront 2. It's like, those are heavy hitters in 1 year. But because game development is the way it is now, you can't do that shit.
We'll be getting Star Wars Outlaws in a few weeks. That'll be fun.
It's like, whatever. It's the new canon, so it's like, whatever.
We certainly have a bone to pick on that one for another video.
Yes, there is certainly a lot to be said about, Ubisoft being Ubisoft.
Oh, that too.
Yeah, it's Oh, yeah, we shall see what happens. Aspyr can be really, really, really iffy. That's an understatement. When it comes to these remasters. So whatever they do next, well, I suppose we'll be back here again. If it's Revenge of the Sith, they've marked.
Oh, God.
Then, well, I guess we can, parade Luke's corpse around. Because he surely would have killed himself when that news comes about.
He'll probably be slamming his head against the wall on that one.
Yeah. And if it's the Clone Wars, well, then I'll be parading General's corpse.
I won't be dead, but my fist will certainly be up in arms. Very, very much.
And if it's both, well, I'm going to have a field day.
Which one do you think is going to be first? You said Clone Wars be first?
I feel like it would make sense to go Clone Wars, then Sith.
God.
But I feel like either or will be their next. I think both will be done, like, one after the other.
As much as I hate saying this, and as much as I really, really would like to, oh my God, I want Night Dive to take. Okay, Dark Forces 2, they're definitely going to be doing it. They've already hinted at it. Shadows of the Empire, yes, I definitely want them to take that. Now more after seeing the job the Bounty Hunter did, that Aspyr did with Bounty Hunter. Okay, so I want those two, but I also want the Clone Wars because that has potential to be the next Battlefront, even if it's not Battlefront. And if we don't get that, then okay, maybe the Rogue Squadron trilogy under Night Dive. But it really seems that Aspyr may see, with the amount of people that want Aspyr to do the Rogue Squadron trilogy, Christ, on a mighty pedestal, it really could be a field day in terms of which ones they pick. So I say they should grab. Okay, yeah, Aspyr, grab episode 3, and if you have to grab another one that's not broken or anything, take episode 1 Bow for the Boo, or take Trilogy Arcade. Just don't botch the PC controls, even though they're probably gonna do that.
You know, maybe we can like divert their attention and throw them Flight of the Falcon.
You know what? Let's do that. Flight of the Falcon. Wait, do you think they should also do the other GBA games like the Detroit Army?
As I said before, we should just get a GBA collection.
I just
But
don't
you know,
get-
out of all the games, you know, it would be good to get New Droid Army on modern consoles since that's an original story.
and one that's canon in the EU.
I mean, yeah, that goes without saying when I say original story. So, like,
There it is.
you know, like it's like, why haven't they done like a GBA, DS, PSP collections yet? I feel like that's a no-brainer.
My guess would be they don't have expertise on GBA or DS emulation, and they probably are not going to be getting those tools from Disney. Even though that's weird, they just made releases of the Aladdin games and Lion King, and those are from the Genesis and SNES era. So I have no idea why they haven't, to be honest. I really don't know. It's so weird.
Like, I feel like, you know, like what Konami did with the Castle, well, I guess with a lot of the collections, but like, you know, you can just gather up all these portable games and then release them in a collection, and all you have to do is really emulate them because you don't need to fucking remaster these games.
Hmm.
Boom. Easy.
Yeah. It would be easy, but for some reason they don't do it. I just don't get why. There's New Droid Army.
God, I fucking hate. I just, God, yeah.
I got that game recently, like a month or two ago.
I got it a while ago in the box.
Ah, damn you. I don't have any boxes of GBA games. I do have all the DS games. Well, almost all boxes for my DS games. So there is that.
Yeah, the fact that I can't believe they stuck with boxes for as long as they did. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, Nintendo, but
Genesis had proper cases. Yeah.
I mean, they learned by the GameCube era, well, maybe not for the portables, but definitely for the home console. Just took them a while, but Nintendo has always been the one of being slow to progress to the times.
Except for the GameCube, because, well, that was a really powerful system, but then that bombed, and it's like, well, we don't ever have to actually try again, so let's just lag behind every generation.
And they were successful with the damn Wii, and then failed of the Wii U, but then the Switch really kicked it in.
So, I guess when all is said and done, we have our games that we so desperately want Knife Dive to do, and the games that we either reluctantly will say they're worth sacrificing, or in the case of Luke Warren, oh, if that happens, he will die of a broken heart.
God.
He has lost the will to live, General.
Oh my God. and if he did, then who's
And
gonna be
through
next?
his anger, he killed himself.
He'll come back. He'll be resurrected, maybe as a Force ghost, or he'll
Somehow, Warren returned.
Oh God, like Palpatine. That was something. Yeah. So okay, it was recorded here in terms of which game we want Night Dive to do and which games to throw to the Aspyr. For a repeat of mine, Dark Forces 2, Shadows of the Empire, my picks for Night Dive, and yes, Clone Wars 2. For Aspyr, give him episode 3. And reluctantly, I'll give him for Naboo and maybe Trilogy Arcade. Reluctantly, those two. But yeah, I'll give him that. Henson, you can say yours if you want.
Yeah, so once again, Shadows of the Empire for Night Dive, because that game really needs the Dark Forces treatment.
Mm-hmm.
And give Sith to the wolves.
Yep.
And I really have to think about what other games I would want Night Dive to do. I would definitely say the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were to do that, I would say throw Rogue Squadron and Battle for Naboo to the wolves. As much as it pains me to say that for the first Rogue Squadron Battle for Naboo, but yeah, so we'll just have to see, man. When the next Aspyr remaster comes about, I'm sure we will do another video talking about it and all the ways it made some of us want to punch a fucking wall.
Yep. But what are the chances of them actually making a really good remaster to the point that it makes it better, that it's better than the original in a lot of ways? What are the chances of that?
I mean, based on their past experience, I'd imagine that they would do a remaster that is solid. May not be like, it would be a take it or leave it. Like, it's not better or worse than the original. It's just the original with updated visuals
And frame rates.
Or maybe, they have remastered a game that is better than its original. I don't know.
Only episode 1 Racer is the only one I can think of that really is like their version is the best one over the original. It's the only one I can think of.
So yeah. Don't know if they will ever reach Night Dive in terms of quality, but
no. Especially since Night Dive has done some really good stuff before. I mean, have you seen their work on Turok 3?
Somewhat.
The stuff they did was fucking crazy with that. The work they did with Turok 3. It was so good that basically it's almost like they absolutely remastered the shit out of it. It's like so crazy. And then with Quake 2, they also did really damn good on that one. And by the way, they also put all of the content from Quake 1 and 2 from every single version into the freaking remaster. Something that Aspyr could have done with Force Unleashed, but they didn't. So Night Dive certainly could have done it, but they didn't freaking do it. Well, Aspyr didn't do it, which fucking stinks.
Yes, I've said before, but when it comes to remastering older games, there is absolutely no reason to create a complete version. Because it's like, with the Force Unleashed in particular, we could have just gotten the PSP version with the Wii's fighting mode. And that would have been the complete version of that. But, well, couldn't do that. That would have required effort and such.
Yeah, but for some reason, Aspyr just really does not like to do more effort. Like I don't get it. And they're not even supposed to be that small of a team compared to. They're not even that small compared to Night Dive. Night Dive is like on the 1-2 digits. Like that's how small they are. Night Dive, and yet somehow look at their work. They done terrific job. Like absolutely terrific job, and yet they just don't do more. It's so crazy. Like what is Aspyr no longer having more? Like do they not have enough employees or something? Like what's going on? I mean, I know Embracer bought them. Embracer is like the worst of the fucking worst, but come on. Like seriously.
Remember the KOTOR remake? I sure do. That was a thing that was going to happen.
Yeah. Yep. People still to this day are wondering if it even actually will happen.
I guess that is a question.
Mhm.
If, for whatever reason, Disney Lucasfilm was like, oh, let's remake one of these older games, what game would you want to be remade? As in from the ground up.
Well, that's a question for that's definitely a question for another video. By the way, Henson, okay, here is there you go, so you can see it for yourself. Original remaster.
Sigh.
Is that making you now hate that Night Dive didn't do Bounty Hunter?
Sigh.
That's a yes.
Yes. Well, sometimes, life is a tragedy.
And this is their latest work, by the way, Turok 3. Their latest one after Dark Forces. So just sharing that there.
When did Turok 3 release?
The original?
Yeah.
The original came out on the N64 in 2000. And it was just for the N64, no PC version. They worked with the N64 original to release it on all platforms. And somehow they did it.
Well, sigh.
To me, it's crazy. Because Turok 1 and 2, they did have PC ports, but 3 did not. And somehow they did it. Mind-blowing. So...
Well,
yeah.
what a journey we've been on today.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Indeed, guys. So that was our discussion on the Bounty Hunter remaster. It's all right, but so much wasted potential because it was not done by Night Dive. And Henson is already pissed and kind of heartbroken. And now we're dreading for whatever Star Wars remaster comes next. We really hope to God it's either Dark Forces 2 by Night Dive, or Shadows of the Empire by Night Dive, or Clone Wars 2 by Night Dive. Pretty much anything by Night Dive at this point. And if Aspyr is going to be doing something, okay, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Sorry, Luke, but yeah.
That and Clone Wars, I'm calling it now.
Oh, okay, yeah, we'll see on that. If it is Clone Wars, oh my god, we'll see. So yeah, any final things to say on this?
Oh, just that. It's disappointing what happened, but I'll live. I'll carry on. And the likelihood of me ever playing Bounty Hunter again, well, never say never, but
It's squashed.
I'm not going to be touching that game anytime soon.
Sucks, because Dark Forces you certainly could have played with the remaster, right? Because at least that actually, addresses several things, and it's a much better way to play.
I mean, I might, but I don't know. The design of that game was just wasn't selling it for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much that remaster will fix that.
Well, I've certainly played more of the remaster than the original, so that should tell you tell you enough. So
You
yeah.
also enjoyed the original game more than me, so
I did, but I only got to like the 8th level, and the remaster actually got to like the 10th level, as far as I know. So, and I had less issue with the remaster.
well, regardless, I mean, when it comes to video games, I can just easily watch a walkthrough. I'm in it for the story, so there we go.
Well, there's that.
And Luke, well, I don't even know what the fuck he's doing right now.
As you said, Henson, all this regarding Bounty Hunter and the Rogue Squadron trilogy is getting hyped for being done by Aspyr. I think he just lost the will to live, and will come back the next day. I think that's what it is.
Carrying twins.
Lol. So, yep. That's pretty much it for this one, guys. So we'll see you guys on the next State of Star Wars video or live stream. Bye bye.
Sayonara.